Zion Foster was last seen on January 4th of 2022 at her home in Eastpointe, Michigan. She reportedly left her home with her cousin Jaylin Brazier and has not been seen since. Some of the theories reported by Foster's family was marijuana together that night of January 4th of 2022. Jaylin, who is 24 years old, claims that his cousin stopped breathing for an unknown reason while they were smoking. He said that he panicked and decided to put her body into a dumpster because she wasn't breathing. Officials say that Brazier put the 17-year-old in the trunk of his car and drove her body to a landfill. When Detroit resident Jaylin Brazier turned himself in on January 19th, he did so alongside his lawyer. He admitted he had been lying to police, and 3 days later, he was officially arrested on a warrant connected to his cousin's disappearance. Officials charged him with lying to a police officer in a violent crime investigation and lying to a peace officer. He was arraigned on January 24th of 2022. On March 30th of 2022, Brazier was sentenced to 23 months to 4 years in prison for lying during the investigation of Foster's appearance. But in January of 2023, he was released. 2 months later, a search for Foster's body began on May 31st at Pine Tree Acres landfill in Lenox Township. The massive search was planned for a 100 by 100 foot area. Local crews used heavy machinery to remove about 20 feet of material to search the landfill for Foster's body. Originally, officials said that the search could last as long as 7 to 8 weeks. At the beginning of August, crews dug between 25 to 28 feet. Authorities believe that Foster's body could be buried at least 75 to 100 feet beneath the surface of the landfill. Police say that they searched through 3,500 truckloads of trash. The landfill search concluded on October 12th of 2022. On Tuesday, June 13th, 2023, Wayne County Prosecutor Kym Worthy charged Jaylin Brazier with 1 count of first-degree murder of his cousin, Zion Foster. The following video content will be portions of the trial for Jaylin Brazier in the murder of his cousin, Zion Foster.
Trooper Beatrice Terrell, B as in boy, E-A-T-R-I-C-E, Terrell, T-E-R-R-E-L-L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. What do you currently do for a living?
I work for the Michigan State Police. I'm a homicide detective.
And how long have you been employed with the Michigan State Police?
6 years.
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
4 years.
And what's your current role as a homicide detective with the Michigan State Police?
Right now, I work with the homicide task force. I work along with Detroit Police Department.
Okay. And what is the homicide task force? Can you just describe that?
Homicide task force is comprised of Detroit Police Department, Michigan State Police, the ATF, and we take high-profile cases or police officer-involved shootings, children under the age of 13, and sometimes we help the missing persons unit with Detroit.
And was the homicide task force involved in the investigation into Zion Foster's disappearance back in January 2022?
Yes.
And did you personally have a role in this investigation?
Yes.
As part of your role in the investigation, on January 21st of 2022, did you have an opportunity to interview someone by the name of Katrina Smith?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, what was her relationship, if any, to the defendant in this case?
She was a mother to his children, and they lived together.
Okay. And when you took the statement from Ms. Smith back on the 21st of January, at the conclusion of that statement, did you collect her cell phone from her?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of collecting that cell phone?
It was to go back to the Detroit Police Headquarters to pass it on to Detective Marco for her to do a forensic extraction of the cell phone.
Okay. And When you collected Ms. Smith's cell phone, did you place that phone into evidence?
Yes.
And can you just describe for the jury when physical items like a phone are placed into evidence, what does that mean?
When any item is placed into evidence, it's called tracker. You put the description of the phone or whatever item that you have into tracker, and it gives it an item number under the case number that you put it in.
Okay, and when you collected Ms. Smith's phone and put it into evidence, was it given a specific item number in connection with this case?
Yes.
And what was that item number?
It was item number 49.
Okay. In terms of your interview with Ms. Smith and the collection of her phone, was that something that was captured on video?
Yes, it was on a body-worn camera.
And I'm holding what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 31. Have we reviewed this together
Yes.
before? And does this just contain a short clip of body-worn camera showing the recovery of Ms. Smith's cell phone back on January 21st of 2022?
Yes.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the recovery of her phone back on that day?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, if I could admit, I'd move to admit Proposed Exhibit 31.
No objection.
And may I publish just briefly?
Sure.
Yes, I'm seizing your cell phone.
And is that Ms. Smith depicted in the video?
Yes.
I need a phone number so I can contact you so I can give it back to you.
And in terms of your additional role in this investigation, a couple of days before that, before you recovered Ms. Smith's phone and interviewed her, back on January 19th of 2022, was there anything significant that you did on that particular day?
Yes.
And what was it that you were involved with on that particular day?
I was responsible for transporting Sergeant Todd Evie and Attorney Gary Jones at the time to follow a scout car that had Mr. Brazier inside of it.
Okay. And had Mr. Brazier been interviewed by Sergeant Jones prior to you transporting him?
Yes.
And was that an interview that you were you following along while that happened?
Yes.
Okay. And so, can you just describe for the jury how you're able to follow along, even though obviously you were not in the interview room yourself, correct?
Correct. So, at our headquarters, we are able to watch the interview outside of the room. It's a recorded room, and we have a television that we can just watch the interview, and we can hear the conversation that's occurring and see what's going on.
Okay. And so, where can you describe when you left headquarters at the conclusion of the interview? Where did you go from there? What happened?
I followed the scout car with myself, Sergeant Evie, and Gary Jones, and we were in the area of Woodward and Davison Highway in Highland Park.
Okay. And what was in that area that you ultimately landed at with Mr. Brazier and Mr. Jones?
So we were behind it's like a strip mall, 13234 Woodward. It is a parking lot, and there were grease bins and trash dumpsters.
Okay, and I'm holding what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibits 44 and 45. Are these photos of the particular area that you went to that
Yes.
And this is obviously daylight in the photos, but do these photos fairly and accurately depict that area?
Yes.
And I'm also holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 89. Is this just a sort of a Google satellite overview of that area with a particular portion zoomed in?
Yes.
And does this fairly and accurately depict that area that you went to with Mr. Brazier back on January 19th?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit proposed exhibits 44, 45, and 89.
No objection.
And may I publish?
Sure.
And starting with 89, so the area that's enclosed in the smaller green square, what's the significance of that particular area?
That is where Mr. Brazier took us to in the parking lot. The two green dumpsters and then the grease bin is where he took us.
Okay, and does the larger square sort of reflect a zoom in of that particular area?
Yes.
Okay. And if we take a look at exhibits 44 and 45, is this like, is showing you exhibit 44, is that just kind of a view of that particular area?
Yes.
And same with 45, does this just show a zoomed in view of the two of the main dumpsters in that parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived at that area, did you have any sort of interaction with Mr. Brazier?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that interaction?
He was to identify the dumpster that he put Zion Foster in.
Okay. And was that interaction something that was recorded on video?
Yes, it was on an awkward body worn camera.
Okay. And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 43. Did we review this together too?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that proposed exhibit 43 has a clip of body-worn camera video showing this interaction that you had with the defendant on January 19th of 2022?
Yes.
And does that fairly and accurately reflect the interaction that you had with him in this particular parking lot in Highland Park?
Yes.
I move to admit 43, Your Honor.
No objection.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Should we get him on? Okay. Yeah, it's good.
And who's that depicted in the video at that point?
That is Attorney Gary Jones, and that is Sergeant, the slender one is Sergeant Todd Eby, and that's myself.
Okay.
Take him out just so he can.
You want me to walk? I got him right here. Put him in the front. He's in the back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Put him back in the front. You want me to do it? Or?
No, because he's talking right back to the front.
Okay. Come on, buddy.
Tell me
Senator.
which specific document?
Judge, would it be possible to turn the volume up?
Sure.
Which specific document? Which document? I'm gonna walk up to you, okay? This document.
Yes.
Did you look at this up?
It's already open.
It's already up.
Yes.
Did you close it?
Yes.
You closed it?
Yes.
Where did you park your car?
Right by it, right in front of it.
I'm sorry.
I said right in front of it.
Did you back into it or did you pull forward? So you were side by side? Okay.
What's in there right there?
Okay, and stopping the video, the dumpster that the defendant identified looking at Exhibit 45, you see the dumpster in this photo?
Yes.
And which of the two dumpsters would it have been?
It'll be the one on the right that's mostly green with the
Okay.
lid closed.
And when you were out there at the area on the night of January 19th, did you look inside that dumpster?
Yes.
And did you see anything notable in it at that time?
No.
So there wasn't a body in the dumpster at that time?
Nobody.
And just for clarity of the record, when throughout your testimony we've been discussing the defendant, Jaylin Brazier, do you happen to see the individual that you interacted with that night in court today?
Yes.
And just for the record, could you point to him and describe what he's wearing?
He has a blue suit on with a green shirt under it.
Thank you. If the record could reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
So reflected?
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Reconciliation?
Good morning, Super. Just a couple questions. Now, you see Katrina Smith's telephone?
Yes.
Okay. And you were instructed to do this?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know if there was a search warrant that was provided to you to seize this particular phone?
It was consent.
It was consent?
Consent.
She consented to you?
Yes.
Okay. We didn't see that reflected on the video, though, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it seemed like more or less you were demanding her phone. You would agree to that, correct?
No.
Okay. But you didn't ask her, say, hey, now that you consented to handing your phone over, I need your phone. You said, I need to take your phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you have her sign a particular form?
She signed a consent form.
Did you have her sign that form?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Read it right?
No, Your Honor.
All right, any questions from the jury? Seeing none, you can step in. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
So you'll be asked some questions. Please wait till each question is fully asked before you respond. You can only have one person talking at a time. Please try to monitor natural tendency for nonverbal answers such as shrugs of the shoulder, nods of the head, as well as uh-hs and uh-hs, because those don't translate into the record. If there's an objection, please stop talking until it's resolved. Please keep your voice up, and please state your name and spell it.
Yes, sir. Adam Aris, A-D-A-M, first name. Last name Aris, A-Y-R-I-S-S.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. Where do you currently work?
I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation out of the Detroit field office.
And how long have you been so employed?
A little over 6 years.
And as part of your role as a special agent, are you familiar with something called the evidence response team?
Yes, I'm a member of the Detroit-based evidence response team for the FBI.
Okay. And as part of your role with that team, did you participate in the search of a particular vehicle back on January 19th of 2022?
I did.
And where was the search of that vehicle conducted?
It was in a towing facility in police impound in Eastpointe. I believe it was Woods Towing.
Okay. And when that vehicle was searched, who else was present?
So we had various members of our evidence response team serving different roles on the team for that search, as well as a detective out of Eastpointe PD. I believe it was Detective Brian Showers.
Okay, and what was the sort of basis of authority to search that particular vehicle, if any, that you had?
There was a search warrant issued out of Macomb County a few days prior, I believe it was on the 16th, which authorized the search of that particular car by VIN number, plate, make, and model. And it authorized the FBI to render technical assistance to the state entity that was requested.
Okay, and when you were part of the search of the vehicle, was that before or after the cadaver dog would have been present for the search?
So as I was there that day, it was my understanding that a cadaver dog sometime prior to our arrival, mid-afternoon on the 19th, and I'm not sure when, but a cadaver dog had alerted to the trunk area of the car.
Okay, and so the dog was no longer there when you arrived, correct?
That's correct.
And approximately how long were you and your team on scene searching the vehicle?
It was about 2.5 hours that afternoon.
And what sort of evidence were you searching for in the vehicle?
So we were searching for any DNA or trace evidence and any clothing or materials that could contain DNA or trace evidence.
And what sort of methods were used by the team to search the vehicle?
So we initially photographically depict the scene as it is when we arrive. And so exterior photographs would be taken 360 degrees around the car. And then we start to search on the inside of the car, one zone or compartment at a time, photographing things as we see them. And then as things are searched, once the entry photographs are complete, items per zone would be removed from the car and then examined kind of on a clean surface on paper. Once the search was complete of the car, we then used an alternate light source, which is ultraviolet light with particular goggles at a particular frequency range, looking for evidence of blood.
Okay, and was any evidence of blood detected using the alternate light source?
It was not.
And if hypothetically there had been just a microscopic drop of blood somewhere, would that have been something that would have been able to be identified using that light source?
So it depends a lot on the surface that you're examining. Different materials are easier or harder, the different colors, the texture, as well as kind of the other material that might be present. The car was really dirty, so those things add the difficulty of finding it, because the blood will it will become darker and stand out more. But if everything is dark, it's hard to see particularly a blood spot.
And was the search of the vehicle documented with photos?
It was.
And is it your understanding that a subset of those photos are on this disc that I'm holding that's been marked as Proposed Exhibit 25?
Yes.
And to the extent those photos are on this disc, do those fairly and accurately depict what you saw when you participated in the search of the vehicle back on January 19th of 2022?
So I did review Proposed Exhibit 25, which I believe contains 54 photographs that depict the scene as we searched it that day of that vehicle.
Okay. Your Honor, I move to admit Proposed Exhibit 25.
No objection. Submitted.
And may I publish?
Sure.
I just want to move through these, starting with Exhibit 25, page 1. What does page 1 show us?
So the first several photos would be those exterior entry photos. So it'll be a 360-degree walk around the vehicle to document the condition of the vehicle that we were in. So this would be the front passenger corner of the vehicle.
Okay. And looking at page 2, is that just the front of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And page 3?
So we're making our way around in a counterclockwise motion. So this is the front driver's corner.
And page 4.
The engine compartment,
And page 5.
the rear driver's corner.
And page 6.
That's the license plate of the vehicle.
And just for the record, what was the license plate number?
Echo Golf Hotel, EGH, 6644.
And page 7 and 8, are those just more exterior photos?
It is.
And page 9, what does that show?
It's the VIN number on the front of the dash on the passenger side.
And how about page 10?
So after the exterior entry photos are done, we would take photographs of each of the zones of the car. So this would be that driver's seat with the door open.
And page 11?
This is the driver's door.
And page 12?
Back seat from the driver's side, rear door open.
And page 13?
Back seat from the passenger side, rear door open.
14?
The front passenger seat with the door open.
Page 15?
This is the center armrest in between the two front seats.
And page 16?
The glove box in the passenger seat with it open.
Okay, and so far we've just been looking at the passenger compartment on the inside.
Correct.
And in terms of like inside the passenger compartment, was there anything notable that was observed?
I don't believe we seized any evidence there. I know that we identified various gloves that were in there. There was, if I recall correctly, there was some laundry detergent in the back seat. But all the evidence that was seized that day was seized out of the trunk.
Okay. And in terms of the trunk, what does page 17 show us?
So this would be a view of the trunk after opening the trunk before anything was moved.
Okay, and so this would be the condition the trunk was in when you initially found it, would that be correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And page 18, is that just a close-up?
Correct. Just same orientation, but just closer to get a better view of what's inside of the trunk.
Okay. And page 19?
It's a different angle of a medium shot looking inside of the trunk.
And page 20?
This would have been with that spare tire, which was sitting on top of kind of everything and blocking a view. That was removed, and then this is what would be underneath that spare tire, with everything else still in the trunk.
And at some point, what was done to, I guess, facilitate the search of the items in the trunk? Were any additional steps taken?
So after things were photographed as they were inside of the vehicle, everything would have been removed out, placed onto that paper for examination and determination of evidentiary value. And then we had conducted the ALS, the alternate light source, around the car. And then eventually we ended up removing the liner of the trunk and bagging that as evidence.
Okay. And looking at page 21, is that just another view of the trunk?
Correct.
And 22?
It's looking further back into the trunk toward the back seat to get a view of what was back there in a more close-up shot.
And 23?
More items from the driver's side of the trunk area.
And 24?
24 is the underside of the trunk lid showing the liner.
Okay. And so when you say the liner, are you referring to like this sort of fabric?
Right, it's kind of like a stiff felt type material that's snapped in to the metal and aligns the entirety of the trunk. So it's the gray part in that photo.
And what does 25 show?
So there were car seat covers for like bucket seats, which the vehicle had front bucket seats, and these car seat covers were not on the front seats, but they were inside of the trunk, which was interesting. So we were photographing those car seat covers, just kind of laid out a little bit more better.
Okay, and those were under those would have been like under the items that we're seeing here in, let's say, for example, slide 22.
Correct. So as some things were removed because it was in layers, there was a new round of photographs taken to show what was beneath the top layers.
Okay. And what does 26 show us?
So the contents of the trunk had been removed at this point, and then there was a kind of a plastic molded liner inside of the trunk that held everything in place.
Okay. And how about 27?
This is with that plastic liner removed, and it shows the trunk lining below it.
And what does 28 show us?
So in the next series of photographs, these are items that have been removed from the car and placed onto the paper, and then kind of arranged so that they could be photographed and documented. And so this photograph shows items that were taken out of Zone A, which you can see written on the top of that paper, which I haven't looked recently at the sketch, which would show where it was, but I believe Zone A was the driver's compartment.
Okay. And 29, is this just a continuation of
It
Zone
is a continuation of Zone A items.
Okay. And in terms of what was located in Zone A, again, you mentioned some gloves. Anything else notable that you observed?
It was paperwork, business cards, some receipts, but nothing that stands out in my memory, nothing that we seized. So we'll photograph things that are there, and the photographs might later be relevant, even if we didn't seize the items. So we try to capture everything that was there.
Okay. Moving to page 30, are we in Zone B now?
This is Zone B items, which would be the front passenger seat.
And 31, is that a continuation of Zone B?
It is a continuation of Zone B, which would also include the glove box. So these items may or may not have taken out of the glove box.
And how about 32? Which area does this come from?
So this is items taken out of Zone C. Zone C would be the rear driver's seat compartment area, the driver's side rear seat.
And is 33 a continuation of Zone C?
It is.
And how about 34? What's Zone D?
Zone D is the rear seat on the passenger side, and these are items taken out of Zone D.
And is 35 a continuation of Zone D?
It is.
And how about 36? What are we looking at this point?
So this is a photograph of the inside of the trunk after the liner was removed. So you can see the different snap points on where it was fastened. And then in the bottom of the trunk there are some of the fasteners that keep that liner in place.
Okay. And 37, is that just another view of that?
It is, yes, sir.
And 38, it looks like we're in Zone E now. What's Zone E?
Zone E is the trunk area of the car. So this photograph depicts one of those car seat covers that were removed from the trunk.
Okay. And how about 39?
39 is also from the trunk, Zone E, and another photograph of the car seat cover.
And 40, is that more of the same?
It is.
And 41?
41 was a black apron that was taken out of the trunk of the car.
And about 42?
42 shows a Nike visor, a black Nike visor, black and pink boots, some gloves, a black hat, and a belt that were taken out of the trunk of the car.
And 43?
This is a continuation, kind of sliding to the right of the previous photo. So we see the belt, hat, and the gloves in the center of this photograph for Zone E, and then it shows some additional gloves all the way on the right side of the photograph that were also taken out of the trunk.
And how about page 44?
So this is the trunk liner that was removed out of Zone E, the trunk.
And page 45?
Continuation of the trunk liner.
And 46, is that the upper portion that you talked about earlier?
I don't recall if that's the underside of the lid or if it's the part that comes up to the latch, but it's part of the trunk liner.
Okay. And what does page 47 show?
So page 47 is Zone E, which is the trunk area. It shows a pair of athletic shoes, some brake fluid containers, T-shirt, looks like some sort of an electrical charging device of some sort, and a piece of plastic that could be from the car. I'm not sure.
Okay, and 48?
Is a continuation of that same portion of Zone E. So we can see the T-shirt, which was visible on the previous photograph, as well as a black and a white jacket.
And 49?
49 or more items taken out of the trunk of the car. So we can see some antifreeze on the left side of the photograph, some underwear, a sock, a couple of bags, jack that was from the car itself, and it looks like some sort of a retrieval device for picking things up.
And what does page 50 show?
So this is continuing to slide right down the roll of paper. We can see items that were visible in the previous photograph, as well as a funnel, a piece of packaging of some sort, as well as...
You know, Rosebud was asking, have they found her body? And no, they have not. And I just feel like the more I watch this, what they've presented from the investigation side, which today's video is a lot about the different investigators bringing in their stuff. Guys, I don't know how this jury is going to be able... if they did not have his confession, I don't feel like they'd have a case. I really don't. I think this first lawyer that he had just screwed him big time. Now, not that I want him to get off. I'm just saying it from a, strategy standpoint, I guess. But the evidence of her DNA in the car found by cadaver dogs. But, okay, yes, they did find evidence in the trunk of her via cadaver dogs. However, there is so much out there that's like, it's like 50-50. People dispute the cadaver dogs and I guess the value in that, because when you go through all the other stuff, they haven't found anything yet. I don't know. Let's keep watching, but I just kind of wanted to bring that up really quick.
Was a can of, I believe it was brake cleaner, but some sort of a can of automotive lubricant.
And page 51?
There's more items taken out of the trunk of the car, some papers, jumper cables, a glove, I believe it's a sock, and an ice scraper.
And 52 and 53 and 54, are these just more sort of miscellaneous items in the trunk?
Yes, sir. More items taken out of the trunk of the car.
Now, as part of your search of the vehicle, did you collect any evidence, any physical items to preserve as evidence?
Yes, we did.
And which items were collected?
We collected the apron, the boots, the black and pink boots, a black Nike visor, the black hat, we collected the liner of the trunk. I might be missing something.
And in terms of collecting those items, what was done with them once they were collected?
So once the determination was made to seize those items of potential evidence, they were packaged on scene, sealed in evidence packaging, and turned over to the detective from Eastpointe.
Okay. And it sounded like you thought you may be missing something in terms of the exhaustive list of what was collected. Is that correct?
Yeah, I can't recall if I got them all.
Did you create something called or someone else in your team create something called a case book for this particular search?
Yeah, so each search we would include items that were seized, and we would document everything and then write a report. And it would include a sketch of the car, the photographs depicting the search from beginning to end, including exit photographs. It would include items that were seized, a receipt for property. So the items that were seized would have a receipt that would be written, and it all kind of gets packaged up together and made into a report.
Okay, and if you looked at that report, would that help refresh your recollection as to the exhaustive list of what was collected?
It would.
Okay. Yeah, Pro Chair?
Yes.
I'm handing you a copy of the case book. If you could take a look at that and let me know when and if your recollection has been refreshed.
Okay.
And having taken a look at the casebook, has your recollection been refreshed as to the items that were collected?
It has.
And was there anything you missed in the previous list that you gave?
There is. So in addition to the things that I mentioned before, the belt that we saw in the photographs was seized, a pair of black gloves, as well as a pair of disposable gloves, and the car seat covers were seized.
Okay. And in terms of, again, the purpose of the search, I think you indicated that you were looking for possible evidence of blood. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Searching this specific vehicle, were there any sort of limitations that you encountered?
So there was a time lapse between when a crime may have occurred and when we did the search.
Again, that was January 19th when you did the search?
January 19th was the search. And then there were a lot of automotive lubricants or bottles of them inside the vehicle. And I distinctly remember pulling things out of the trunk, and there were clothing or other fabric items, and it all was kind of damp, and I'm not sure with what. So it could have been that some of the automotive lubricants were on that, but the materials inside of the trunk appeared wet with some sort of substance.
Okay, and did the number of items in the trunk impact your ability to search?
There were a lot of items. Everything would have been pulled out and evaluated as a potential evidence item, but then ultimately we didn't do any forensic testing of any particular item to determine if there was or was not blood. Items that were determined to be of evidentiary value were packaged and delivered for further processing later.
Okay. And in terms of that further processing, that's not something that you play a role in, correct? Is that?
Not in this case, no.
Okay. And hypothetically, if when you had searched this vehicle, there had been a body in the trunk, would that have furthered your ability to investigate this case?
Could you repeat the question, sir?
If hypothetically, when you were searching this vehicle on January 19th, 2022, there had been a body in the trunk of the vehicle, would that have furthered your ability to investigate this case?
So if the body was there when we opened the trunk?
Correct.
Yeah, we would have to process the body and get the ME involved, the medical examiner. Does that answer your question?
It would have been relevant if there had been a body, though?
Significantly, yes.
Okay. Thanks. Nothing further.
Okay, Councilman Delusion.
Thank you. Good morning, Special Agent.
Good morning.
Now, there were a number of other law enforcement officials there when you processed this trunk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who was in charge, like as far as deciding what was collected, how it was processed? If you could help us with that.
So I was a searcher that day. The team leader for our team at the time was Special Agent Jason Chambers.
Okay.
As far as what was going to be seized, that would be a consultation between our team leader and the detective, so Detective Showers.
Okay. And did the detective have ultimate authority, or it was more or less a shared endeavor, if you will?
Ultimately, it would be whoever the OIC is, whoever the detective is, that would make a call about what's evidentiary or not.
Okay.
The evidence team would advise about, our expertise or, what is or isn't possible.
Okay. And would that been Eastpointe detective or Detroit detective, if you remember?
That was in Eastpointe
Eastpointe.
Police Department. Yes, sir.
Now, you didn't have any evidence that would suggest that this particular car had been cleaned out from the time of the suspected incident to the time that you were searching this car, correct?
Cleaned out, like it emptied?
As far as the trunk, it didn't seem like the trunk had been emptied out, correct?
No, sir. It was full of stuff.
Okay. And you didn't have any evidence that would suggest that the truck was shampooed or vacuumed out, correct? Would that be a fair statement?
Correct.
Now, once all the different items were recovered and placed in on the particular paper, were they then, I guess, analyzed with the alternative light source and or luminol?
The alternate light source was only done inside of the passenger compartment and the trunk of the car.
In the trunk of the car?
Not the items that were taken out of the car.
Okay, so the items the alternative light source weren't used on like various sides of the clothing or the items that were recovered from the trunk, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. And that goes the same for the luminol, correct?
We didn't use any luminol that day.
Oh, was there a particular reason why you didn't use luminol that day?
I wasn't told to.
Okay. And that would have been either Special Agent Chambers and or the Eastpointe detective who would have directed you to use luminol, correct?
Usually it would be a decision from the leadership of the evidence response team to use it.
Okay.
So luminol can help to identify trace amounts of blood by fluorescing with the iron and the hemoglobin.
Okay. Now, you indicated that there are different materials. Some are easier to, I guess, detect blood on?
Correct.
Okay. And just hypothetically, what materials would be, the easiest or easier than to detect certain blood on?
So a lighter colored material would be easier because under alternate light source, blood becomes darker. So it would contrast more as opposed to a darker fabric.
Okay. So when you stated different materials, you were more or less indicating the different colors, more or less the materials such as silk or carpet. Would that be a fair statement?
I was, but the material itself could matter because it has to remain on the material. So
okay,
absorption would matter.
Okay. Is carpet material, is that from your perspective, is it easier to detect blood from or more difficult to detect blood on?
Then what?
Then I don't know. Just relatively speaking, is it an easy substance or easy material to detect blood from?
So all things being equal, you can detect blood on carpet.
Okay.
If there's patterns or other stains or a darker color, it could make it harder than a lighter, plain beige carpet, for instance, that's clean, with the
Okay.
exception of the blood.
And you stated that you took, I guess, particular interest in these car seats because they were in the trunk?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not these car seats actually were an exact fit for?
I did not try to put them on.
Oh, you put them on. Okay, so you don't know whether or not they fit. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And you indicated that those car seats were eventually tagged for evidence and then processed, correct?
Yes, sir. They were seized as evidence.
Okay. And if you know, when the evidence was processed and seized and processed and sent for analysis, do you know where that was sent for analysis?
I have no knowledge of where the evidence went after we turned it over to Eastpointe PD.
Okay. So the FBI doesn't take a role as far as analyzing the evidence once it's collected, correct?
We did not in this case,
Okay.
to my knowledge.
And you, just to be clear, you indicated that you didn't find any traces of blood or DNA using the alternative light source from the passenger compartment of the car and the trunk, correct?
We did not identify anything that we believed was blood using alternate light source.
And just to be clear, the decision to not independently analyze every single item once it was taken out of the trunk with the alternative light source, that would have been a decision by the team leader, correct?
Ultimately, yes.
And or the detective, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In situations like that, can a searcher such as yourself suggest and say, hey, it might be a good idea to, have the alternative light source on this particular items once they're taken out, turn the items around, and do the same thing for the other side?
Certainly a searcher could, offer opinions, and we would collaborate on things.
Okay. Do you know if that was done in this particular situation?
I am not sure if it was.
Okay. Did you personally do that in this particular situation?
I did not.
Okay. And also, from your perspective, there was no evidence that the passenger compartment of this particular vehicle had been vacuumed or shampooed from the time of the alleged incident or suspected incidents, from the time you processed this car. Would that be a fair statement?
I can't answer that, but I can say that the day that we searched the car, it had not recently been cleaned.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Special Agent. No further questions.
Reader? Any questions from the jury? Seeing none, sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
Okay, so this might be a good time to kind of go over what's been said so far. For those just coming in, when they did the opening statements, they were talking about how Zion had gone missing. She was last seen with Jaylin Brazier, her cousin, who is now on trial for her disappearance. The police was brought in, and they had volunteers search for her, families and friends, and they even brought in the FBI. He initially denied being with her or seeing her even in the past couple of months, but eventually he did admit in an interrogation that he was with her that night. The prosecution has presented a timeline of phone records, including text messages and her location, and those text messages show her last text to her boyfriend, which said that she would be home shortly. But as we know, she never made it home. He did screenshot her location at that time, and it showed that she was in the area of Jaylin's home. The prosecutions also shared with the court that the records showing the Google searches from Jaylin's phone were questions like if garbage trucks were also compactors, and what was the force of them. They also revealed that there was a history of sexual texts between Jaylin and Zion. Now, as I said, he admits to being with Zion the night that she disappeared, and he said they were together, they were smoking marijuana, she passed out and died. He could not explain what happened, and he blamed the marijuana, saying that he also admitted to panicking and dumping her body. And after that, the defense came up and said, well, it's just a case of fear and bad decisions that Jaylin has made. The defense describes Zion and Jaylin as being favorite cousins who hung out often, enjoying spending time together. And he also shared that Zion had a history of depression and threatening to harm herself, and that she also had a history of seizures. However, when her mother got up and testified, she did talk a good bit about about Sierra. She did admit that Sierra liked to smoke marijuana and that she could smoke with her cousin every now and then, but she did not say that there were seizures. Let's see, what else? Then I'm looking over what the mother said. She admitted that when she was speaking with Jaylin after Zion went missing, that originally he was like, no, I haven't seen her. And then he's like, I haven't seen her in months or years. And then he came and told the police that was not true. He said he actually offered to help look for her, offering his Ring Ring camera videos. And she did say early on that she kind of felt like Jaylin wasn't telling everything, all of the truth. And then they in court, they showed the text messages between Sierra Milton, Zion's mother, and Jaylin after she had gone missing. He offered to go knock on doors, help do that kind of thing. So at first he was in total, trying to hold out that he wasn't involved. But they had Ring camera videos from other houses around the area showing that she was at the home. She never left the home. That you could see. And then there's also Ring cam video of him pulling up to the house to pick her up, pulling into his house, pulling out of his house at some point that night, backing his car in, and then pulling out again. So it kind of goes towards that whole thing with the dumpster. I think today, if we haven't seen it already, I think today's when we watch the video of the dumpster. And that'll catch us up till now, and then we'll talk about more as we go.
My name is Mikkel S. Hoffner. That's Mikel, S as in Sebastian, and then Hoffner is Hafner.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. What do you do for a
Good afternoon. I work for the Michigan State Police in the biology unit at the Metropolitan Detroit lab.
And what is your role within the lab?
I'm a forensic scientist.
And in terms of your role as a forensic scientist, do you have a particular area of focus to your work?
In the biology unit, we look for body fluid.
Okay. And what sort of education and training background do you have to do the work that you do for the Michigan State Police Lab?
I attended the University of Michigan. I received a Bachelor's of Science degree in biology. I came a little closer to home. I attended Wayne State University. I received a PhD in biochemistry. I did basic science research for about 9.5 years. Then I changed professions, started working for the Detroit Police Crime Lab. After about 4.5 years of that, I started working for MSP, and I've been there 15 years as of last month.
And during the 15 years you've been with the Michigan State Police Lab, have you been focused in the field of body fluid identification that entire time, or have you worked in other areas as well?
For the most part, it's been body fluid identification. I did work for many years. I started at the Northfield Lab. So at the Northfield Lab, I did a little body fluid identification, and then we moved to a sort of streamlined way of doing and analyzing evidence collection kits for CSCs, sexual assaults.
Okay.
And I did Y screening. That was a little body fluid identification, little DNA. I did that for about 8 or 9 years. And then I transferred to the Metro Lab in February of 21, and I've been exclusively doing body fluid identification.
And what is the field of body fluid identification?
Body fluid identification, we are interested in looking at the presence of blood, semen, and or saliva on evidence that we receive at the lab. If that doesn't pan out, then we also send evidence forward that we consider contact that has been handled in a way. And if that fails, so to speak, then we look at hairs as a last resort.
Okay. And do you have any sort of specialized training when it comes to the field of body fluid identification?
Back in 2009, roughly there were 10 of us that were hired, and so an outside company came in and trained us. The first 5 or 6 weeks was the serology, that was the name at the time, body fluid identification now. That consisted of lectures, reading, practice samples, a mock test, which then turned into a mock trial. After we passed that, then there was about 3 or 4 months of DNA training. More reading, more mock samples, going through the whole DNA process, lectures, 3 mock cases. One of those was picked for a mock trial. Once we passed that, then we were assigned to a seasoned forensic scientist at MSP, and basically we were observing how casework was done. After a few months, then we were allowed to do supervised casework, and then finally we were released to do independent casework on our own.
In terms of the methods you use in your casework, are those methods something that you just came up on your own, or are those methods more widely accepted in the law enforcement community and the scientific community as a whole?
They were accepted by law enforcement and the scientific community as a whole, yes.
And in terms of your work doing body fluid identification, have you ever testified as an expert in that field previously?
Yes, I have.
And has any court ever declined to qualify you as an expert in that field?
No, they have not.
Approximately how many times have you testified as an expert in body fluid identification?
44 times.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll pass for any voir dire to Dr. Hefner's expertise.
No questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. With that, I just move to qualify Dr. Hefner as an expert in the field of body fluid identification.
All right, based upon his education, training, and experience, I'll qualify him as an expert pursuant to MRE 702.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you have some role in doing some analysis when it came to the case of the disappearance of Zion Foster?
Yes, I did.
And would it be accurate to say that the work that you did in this case was done in 2 different phases?
Yes, it was.
And what was, just in general, what was the first phase of work that you did?
The first piece of evidence came to the lab in January of 22. I started working on the case in late February of 22. I finished in early March, and it consisted of trunk liners, a buccal swab from Mr. Brazier, if it's correct, Brazier, toothbrush from Ms. Foster, I'm gonna have to look at my report.
And I guess we'll go through the report in a minute,
Okay.
but just what's the overall objective of that first phase of work that you did in this case?
To determine if there is blood, semen, or saliva present, collect potential hairs and or fibers for preservation for the future in case those first 3 things that we're looking for don't pan out.
Okay. And just so nobody's glued to the edge of their seat, in this first phase, was anything relevant found in terms of your overall analysis?
The tests for possible presence of blood were negative. I did send a couple of swabs from the trunk liners for contact, sent that forward for DNA. I also sent a cutting of the buccal swab from Mr. Brazier, and I did a swab of the toothbrush from Ms. Foster. I sent those 4 items forward for DNA testing.
Okay. And how about the second phase of the work that you did in this case? What was just the general focus of that second phase?
Well, in the first phase, I also did some collection of hairs, and I did tape lifts of the trunk liners. Second phase was the hairs and the trunk liners coming back to the lab. That was June of 23, and I started working on that July of 23, and I finished near the end of August 2023.
Okay. And when you do analysis in a case like this one, do you document your analysis in the form of a laboratory report?
Yes, I do.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibits 26 and 27. May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Do these two proposed exhibits, are those two reports that you authored in connection with this case?
Yes, they are.
And is proposed exhibit 26 a report concerning the first phase of work that you did in this case?
Yes, it is.
And would proposed exhibit 27 be a report concerning the second phase of work that you did in this case?
Yes, it is.
And would you say that those two reports fairly and accurately depict the work that you did in connection with this particular case?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, with that, I'd move to admit proposed exhibits 26 and 27.
No objection.
Okay, you're good?
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sure, I just want to walk through these two reports just briefly. So in terms of Exhibit 26, do you see the section on page 1 that says evidence received?
Yes.
What information can we glean from this section of your report?
These are the items that I received related to this case that I eventually examined essentially in that order.
Okay. And so that would consist of items purportedly from the trunk, and then you have a buccal swab specific to Jaylin Brazier, and it says a Zion Foster electric toothbrush. What would be the purpose of having an item like that, like an electric toothbrush?
Well, that would be used for a reference sample. When it comes to the DNA testing phase, you need to have something to compare the DNA profile or profiles if such is generated.
Okay, and as part of what you do when the evidence comes into the lab, you take it and you process it for potential future DNA analysis, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you don't actually do the DNA analysis yourself, that's a different forensic scientist?
That's correct.
Okay. And if we go down to the section where it says interpretations, for the trunk liner, can you describe the work that you did with respect to the trunk liner?
Well, the trunk liner was a thick piece of rubber. I don't know if you have the pictures for them, but I do a visual check, look for potential reddish brown stain. That's usually an indication of possible blood. Take pictures, make documentation, and then if there are areas of potential reddish brownish staining, I take damp Q-tip swab some up on the Q-tip, and then add some chemicals, and that is called the phenolphthalein test. And in this case, all those swabs were negative for phenolphthalein.
Okay, and so that would mean you didn't find anything indicative of the presence of blood on the trunk liner, is that
Possible
correct?
presence of blood, correct.
Okay. Moving along, when it comes to the Jaylin Brazier buccal swab, is it fair to say you're just processing that for potential future DNA analysis?
Yes, there's no testing done on reference samples. In this case, I just took a cutting, put it in the tube, and set it to the side for transfer to the Northville lab, which is where the DNA testing is done.
Okay, and would that be the same for the toothbrush that was attributed to Zion Foster?
The toothbrush, I had to make a cotton tip swab damp, and I had to swab the toothbrush, let that dry, cut that, put it in a tube, and then send that forward for DNA testing.
Okay. And where it says black and tan car seat covers, were those items analyzed?
No, they were not.
Okay. And was that, were you requested to analyze those items?
Originally, we thought that there was something else in that container. So
Okay.
essentially, the black and tan car seat covers were sent to the lab in error.
Okay. And then if we go down to the passenger side trunk liner, can you describe the work that you did in this initial stage with respect to the passenger side trunk liner?
While making a visual examination, I saw potential hair/fibers, and so I collected those with a clean set of tweezers and put them on your typical sticky notes. You take the sticky note off and use the adhesive side, attach the hairs to that. I ended up with 3 of those. And then after that, I used the IR camera. IR stands for infrared, and essentially it grays out the surrounding. So it's a handheld device that you hook up to your computer, and I can watch my computer screen, and I can scan the object. Very good for clothing that's black because it grays out the environment, and blood will stain darker. And so when we see those, we can go back and we can circle, because you can't see that with the naked eye. I did that in this case, even though the liners are gray. I still went through that process, and I found 2 areas. I tested those for phenolphthalein, and they were also negative.
Okay. And how about the driver's side trunk liner? What type of work did you do with that?
I essentially did the same thing. There were more potential hair fibers on this one because I ended up with a packet of hair that I made just by folding some paper a few times and making a little pouch. I put those in there with a clean set of tweezers, and then I also, again, used the IR camera again, found a couple areas, tested them for phenolphthalein. They were also negative. And I then also swabbed for potential contact. I did that for the passenger and the driver's side trunk liners.
Okay, and swabbing for potential contact, is that swabbing for potential future DNA analysis, is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
And would that be contact DNA, like if I were to touch something and leave some cells behind?
Yes.
Okay. What would be the purpose of testing for the presence of saliva?
In case there was any saliva discharge, perhaps from the mouth. In order to do that or see that, saliva is one of the things that fluoresces. So I got the alternate light source out, the ALS, and I scanned both trunk liners with that, and I found several places of fluorescence. I tested those by using a RSID card. It's almost like a home pregnancy test, but it's built and geared towards the detection of saliva. And in both cases, meaning for the passenger and driver side trunk liners, all those RSID tests were negative.
Okay. And in terms of the sort of disposition of evidence section of the report, what information does that tell us?
These are the samples that were sent for DNA testing.
Okay, and so that's just evidence that then gets held by the lab and goes to the DNA analyst for further review?
Yes, those samples are put into tubes, plastic tubes. Those tubes are then put in the cryo boxes, and the cryo boxes are eventually transferred to the Northville lab and eventually assigned to a DNA analyst, and then the DNA process begins.
And can I ask, in terms of the trunk liners, were they in a condition in which you would have been able to use a microscope to analyze the liners?
No, they were way too large.
Okay. And in terms of the other methods that you used to analyze the trunk liners, if hypothetically there had been a microscopic portion of blood on one of those liners, would that have been detected by the methods that you used?
No.
Okay. And why is that?
It's just too small.
Okay. And I want to move to Exhibit 27 now. And again, this reflects the second phase of the work that you did in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this phase of the work is focused on hair. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you can just kind of walk us through briefly the section entitled Evidence Received. What does this tell us about the work that you were able to do here?
Well, this tells us the hairs that I collected. It also mentions the tape lifts that I collected.
And what is a tape lift, if you can describe that for the
That's
jury?
when we take a piece of packing tape, essentially, and we sort of get it between our fingers here and actually tape lift either article of clothing. In this case, it would be the trunk liners, and so I went through the whole trunk liner doing this, and I used 4 pieces of tape, and then I put those pieces of tape face down on transparency paper.
Okay, and when you made these tape lifts, did the tape retrieve any fiber from the trunk liner?
It retrieved, yes.
And just visually looking at it, what did that fiber appear to be consistent with being?
Fibers and/or potential strands of hair.
Okay. And in terms of these fibers that were retrieved using the tape lifts and any other fibers that you looked at, are we talking about long strands of hair, or are we talking about something shorter?
Short.
How short?
For the evidence taken from container 6, I think the longest strand of hair that I looked at was about 4.5 centimeters. And for container 7, it was 6.5 centimeters, which is roughly 2.5 inches.
Okay. And so in this sort of phase of your analysis, you're collecting potential hair fibers, and then do you do some analysis to determine whether those are actual hair fibers or something else?
Yes, I do.
And would that analysis be contained in the interpretation section of your report, starting at the bottom of page 1?
Well, some of it is contained in the evidence received.
Okay.
Those would be listed, container 6 hair slides.
That'd be right here?
Yes.
Okay.
So I made some slides and also did some tape lifts as well.
Okay, and what is a hair slide as opposed to a tape lift?
Well, eventually the slides from the tape lifts are going to be on the hairs from the tape lifts are eventually going to be on slides, because that's how I can actually visualize a hair under the microscope.
Okay. And when you do analyze hair or potential hair to try to figure out whether it's human hair or something else, what is the general method that you use? Is it using a microscope?
Yes, it is.
And did you do that with these fibers described here in the evidence received section?
Yes, I did.
And if we go down to the interpretations, what's the first interpretation tell us?
Evaluation indicated the presence of non-hairs. So those are essentially fibers.
Okay, so that could be clothing, some kind of synthetic fiber of some form.
Fibers from the trunk liner itself.
Okay, and what about the evaluation below that, where it
Evaluation.
says presence of non-human hair?
Those would be essentially animal hair.
Okay, and how about the next set of interpretations from the passenger side trunk liner? Can you walk us through those?
Yes, we have the presence of non-hairs, so again, that would be fibers. The presence of non-human hairs, that would be animal hairs. We get to the third indication, that would be human hairs not suitable for nuclear DNA, however, may be suitable for mitochondrial DNA testing by a fee-for-service laboratory.
And what's the difference between nuclear DNA testing and mitochondrial DNA testing?
Nuclear DNA testing is going to be DNA found in the nucleus, present in our cells, and we can do that at MSP. Mitochondrial DNA is DNA from the mitochondria, with the organelles in our cells, and they are the powerhouse of the cell. So they make a component called ATP that powers basically all of our chemical reactions inside our cells. That is a different process.
And is that process of mitochondrial DNA testing something that the Michigan State Police lab can do?
No.
Okay. And so it sounds like you found some possible human hair that was suitable for that type of analysis that's not something that Michigan State Police can do. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you also found some that was suitable for DNA testing. Is that correct?
Yes, that is the last statement there, suitable for nuclear DNA testing, yes.
And then if we were to kind of scroll through the rest of this, is it essentially the case that the results were consistent with that for other items as well? You had some non-hair, some non-human hair, some hair that was potentially viable for mitochondrial DNA testing, and some hair that was viable for nuclear DNA testing.
That's correct.
So it's just kind of a mixed bag at this point.
That's correct.
Okay. And then in terms of the hair that is potentially viable for DNA testing, what do you do with that hair after you make that determination?
I take a cutting of that, put it in a tube, put those tubes in cryo boxes, and eventually they get sent over to the North Bend.
Okay. And that would be for the potential DNA analysis?
Yes, as would be described in disposition of evidence there.
Now, I want to show you what has been admitted as a portion of Exhibit 25. And specifically, I'm going to direct you to page 20 of Exhibit 25. Did you have an opportunity to see one or more pictures like this of the trunk of the vehicle in this case?
I saw one picture like this, but that's not it.
Not that, but did it appear to be similar to this configuration?
Yes.
And I guess based on what you observed to see in the trunk, are there any sort of limitations to the type of analysis that you are equipped to do when it comes to finding or identifying body fluids?
Yes, there is.
And what would the sort of limitations be?
The presence of items like you see in the trunk. The trunk liners are underneath that. So if I or another analyst would have a chance of perhaps finding a body fluid, it probably would have been where Ms. Foster came into contact with things in the trunk. But it appears from that picture and the one that I saw that if she was on top of those items there, it would be somewhat difficult to find any body fluid past that on the trunk liners below.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Now, you indicated that some of the body fluids that you were trying to, I guess, locate as part of the body fluid identification is blood, semen, and saliva, and contact DNA. Would that be correct?
That's what we do, yes.
Okay. So it would be fair that at some time saliva is preserved on certain materials in order for you to detect it and do an analysis on it, correct?
When you say preserved?
Or present?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, in order for it to be present, it would have to be somewhat preserved on that particular material, correct? Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you receive evidence to analyze, you're not in the process of actually collecting this particular evidence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, you just process what's given to you, correct?
That's correct.
Now, when you are shown pictures such as the one that the prosecutor just sent to you or showed you, are you able to suggest to say, hey, I see something in this picture that I'm not analyzing, I'm requesting that be sent to me so I can analyze it?
No.
Okay. Now, you indicated that when you use your infrared camera, you stated that it's hooked up to a computer monitor, correct?
It's hooked up to my laptop.
To your laptop, okay.
Yes.
And you're able to use the actual infrared camera to scan over a particular material while simultaneously looking at your monitor to see if there's a presence of blood, correct?
To see if there's some darker staining, because that's what usually happens. Blood stain is darker, yes.
Okay. Now let me ask you, is there a comparative equipment such as a device that would magnify your view as you're going over a particular material while simultaneously looking at your laptop?
While using an infrared camera? No.
So you don't have like a electric magnifying glass or electric microscope that you would be able to scan over a particular area while looking at your computer screen to see a magnified image of whatever you're looking at?
Not something as large as a trunk liner? No.
Okay. It doesn't exist, or you just don't have that particular equipment?
We have a new stereoscope that you can hook up to a computer monitor, a computer laptop. That does have some magnification. I believe maybe 100x.
Okay.
We just got it, so no one in the lab has used it. That would be the only thing I can think of right now.
Okay.
Where you could scan something and magnify it.
Okay.
And look on a computer screen.
And was this particular equipment available to you when you did this particular analysis?
No, it was not.
Okay. Do you know if this particular equipment was in existence when you did your particular analysis?
I'm not sure, but we've had it for about a year, and I think they were probably working on it before that.
Okay. And you concluded your last analysis on August 25th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have this particular equipment in your laboratory on that particular day?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Did it ever occur to you that you might want to use this particular equipment on the trunk liner to see if you can get a better magnification of it?
I could not, because it was not, I had not gone through validation. We hadn't had training on it, so it was here, but I couldn't, no one could use it.
Okay. Are you trained and certified on that particular equipment as of today?
I've gone through some training, but I would have to have a refresher because that was several months ago.
Okay. But when you received that particular training, at that particular time, were you certified or qualified to use that equipment?
I could have, yes.
Okay. If you remember, what date or approximately what date was it when you were certified to use that particular equipment?
Oh, I don't remember. Sometime last year, I don't remember.
Sometime last year?
Yeah.
Okay. If you had to, I guess estimate, was it before the August 25th date, or was it of 2023 or after?
I think it would be after.
It would be after? Okay. And did you still have this particular trunk liner in your possession at the moment in time that you became certified on this equipment?
No, I did not.
You did not? Okay. Where did you send it to?
When we're finished with it, the agency, we send it back to the agency that sent it to us.
Okay. Can you request certain materials to be resent back to you under the acknowledgement stating that, hey, I have received different equipment that could possibly help me further analyze this material?
I could talk to my supervisor. Then we would have a discussion perhaps. You might talk to the lab director. It may have to go up after that.
Okay. Was that done in this particular case?
No, it was not.
Okay. Now, you indicated that these car seat covers were sent in error?
Yes.
Okay. And did you make the determination that the car seats were sent in error?
No.
Okay. It's just something that was relayed to you?
There was a communication, some emails between my boss at the time, I believe Detective Chang, who was the submitting officer, that I believe they thought that there was a gray car seat in that container.
Okay.
And when it wasn't, obviously, when I opened it up, they were black and tan. I mentioned that to my boss at the time. She contacted Detective Chang. I also had communication with Detective Chang, And that's when we determined that those car seats were the wrong piece of evidence.
Okay. Now, when you indicated that with the buccal swab and the toothbrush that belonged to Miss Foster, you stated that you did a cut for DNA, if I'm not misstating the terminology.
For the buccal swab, I made a cutting.
Okay. And could you just describe what do you mean by that when you say you did a cut for a DNA?
Buccal swabs either come to the lab as a serrated tooth sort of swab, and I can just take a scalpel on a piece of clean paper toweling and cut off the first tooth, put that in the tube. It could also come as a cotton tip swab, something like you would put to do your ear or maybe take makeup off, whatever. In that case, I cut maybe about a half of that swab off and put it in the tube.
Okay. Now, so it'd be a fair statement that when you use or anybody uses the alternative light source, they would be able to detect whether or not there's a presence of saliva, correct?
We look for fluorescence.
Okay.
Saliva is not the only thing that fluoresces.
But it's one of the things that fluoresces, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And another item that would fluoresce would be blood?
No.
Blood would not?
No.
Okay. With semen?
Yes.
Okay. Now with blood, would you use a different type of procedure other than the infrared camera to detect the presence of blood?
The only other thing I could use would be luminol.
Luminol, okay, thank you. And did you use luminol in this particular situation?
No, I did not.
Okay. Is there a reason why you did not use luminol?
The one picture that I looked at, with all the items present there, it did not appear that luminol would be beneficial to use in that case.
Okay. But you didn't try anyway just to see whether or not it was present, correct?
No, I did not try.
Okay. Now you indicated that, first of all, do you know which portion of the vehicle the trunk under came from, whether it was the top portion of the trunk or the bottom portion?
I believe it was the bottom.
You're not sure, or are you guessing, or?
I'm not sure, but
Okay.
if I had to say, I would say it was from the bottom.
Okay. And what would lead you to that assumption, or that it was the bottom?
By the shape, it looked like it was covering or going over part of the wheel well, and then it dipped down, which might be towards the end on both sides, so it had more of a shape that it was going to be on the bottom, fitting in, again, over the wheel wells, as opposed to something from the top hanging down.
Okay. And you analyzed multiple truck liners, correct?
No, I have some here and there.
Oh, no, in this particular case.
On this case, I had two. Yes.
Okay. You had a passenger side truck liner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you had a driver side truck liner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever inquire which part of the vehicle that this came from, so you wouldn't have to make a guess?
As far as, well, one was labeled passenger side, the other was trunk, and I went from there.
Okay, so you didn't inquire on whether or not this particular trunk liner on either side, passenger or driver, came from the top portion of the trunk or the bottom portion of the trunk, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. And that information wasn't provided to you on exactly what portion of the trunk it came from, top or bottom?
No, it was not.
Now, you did not find any hairs that were, I guess, suitable for nuclear DNA testing. Would that be correct?
No, that's not true.
That's not true? Okay.
I sent some hairs forward from the passenger and the trunk and the driver's side.
Okay.
Disposition of my
For,
second.
for nuclear DNA testing?
Yes.
Okay, just to be clear, which, I guess, numbering would there be that you found the potential human hair that was suitable for nuclear DNA testing?
When you say numbering,
As far as 6B, 7A, 7B, 6A,
I would have to look at my report.
if you could.
Six B would be from the passenger side, and 7B would be from the driver's side.
Okay, thank you. And once this hair is gathered, do you analyze it or do you send it off?
I send it off.
Okay. And that's to another agency or another department?
That's another lab within the Michigan State Police.
Okay. Now, you also indicated that some other potential hair that could have been suitable for mitochondrial DNA testing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated that this is or could be sent to a fee-for-service lab, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Does your lab work in conjunction with a fee-for-service lab?
We have the information that we could give to agency and or the prosecutor if they requested that work to be done.
Okay. In this particular case, did you send that information to the prosecutor?
It was not requested, no.
Okay. But did you notify them that there was a potential hair sample that could be processed possibly for mitochondrial DNA, but it would have to be at a fee-for-service laboratory?
Not outside of what's stated in my report, no, I did not.
Okay. But your report did indicate that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then you did forward that report over to the prosecutor and or the officer in charge, correct?
It is sent out automatically, yes.
Okay. And you couldn't say whether or not they followed up with that information and went to a fee-for-service laboratory, correct?
If they would have followed up, there would have to be some contact with MSP, whether either my boss or the lab director, that we needed to get those samples sent to them. I would have to go back and then cut those samples, put them in a tube, and get them ready to be sent
Okay.
to the lab.
And as far as you remember, that process did not occur, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, are you shown a potential, are you shown houses, pictures of houses that a search may have been done at that particular house? As far as where evidence is collected or where evidence is searched for?
Sometimes there are pictures that are put into the OR, which is the repository for our cases. Sometimes there are pictures in there. Many times they're not. Usually those will probably be tagged along with the crime scene reports, which I very rarely look at.
Now, if there were items of clothes or other items inside of this trunk, would you prefer to test these individual items with a fluorescent camera and or with an alternative light source?
Prefer, or as opposed to, I can only test what I'm given.
Absolutely. But in a perfect world, if it was your choice and your task is to find potential evidence of either blood, semen, or contact DNA, if you were searching the car and you saw pictures of clothes and other items, would you have liked those items to be then seized and then given to yourself in order to analyze these items for potential evidence?
Yes, I would have preferred evidence that was more in contact with Ms. Foster.
Okay. And that wasn't your decision on what you analyzed, correct?
That was not my decision, correct.
Okay. Just to be clear, the DNA that was gathered from, what, let me back up. The electric toothbrush that was provided to you for Zion Foster, you stated that was in order to get a particular sample for Miss Foster's DNA, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason you needed a sample of her DNA is in order to first get that sample and then compare it with potential evidence to see if there's a presence of that particular DNA in other places, correct?
It was used as a standard so that if there's a DNA profile generated from the evidence, you can make, or comparison can be made. Yes.
Okay. Now, the question was asked of whether or not a microscopic, I guess, drop of blood can be identified. There's a possibility at times where blood that is not seen by the naked eye could be detected using either an infrared camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And or luminol, correct?
Luminol would probably be better. Yes.
Okay. So there are ways of detecting microscopic pieces of blood through alternative methods. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
You read it?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any questions from the jury? Seeing none, sir, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, with that, I'd pass for any voir dire as to the witness's expertise in the field of DNA analysis.
No questions.
Thank you. With that, I would move to have Ms. St. Clair qualified as an expert in the field of DNA analysis.
All right. She'll be qualified as an expert in the area of DNA analysis pursuant to MRA 702.
Thank you, Your Honor. And did you do some analysis in connection with the investigation into the disappearance of Zion Foster?
Yes, I did.
And would it be accurate to say that the analysis that you did in connection with this case was in sort of like two different phases?
Yes.
And just in basic terms, what was the focus of the first phase of analysis you did?
So in the first phase, that consisted of me getting reference samples as well as 2 evidence samples. So I received passenger side trunk liner swabs as well as driver side trunk liner swabs. And then the 2 reference samples that I received in that first part was a buccal swab from Jaylin Brazier as well as an electric toothbrush from Zion Foster, which was meant to be used as an alternate reference.
Okay. And so was the idea of this first phase of the analysis to determine whether a comparison could be made between those different items?
Yes.
And in terms of the second phase of your analysis, later on, what was the focus of that phase?
So with the second part, I did another report that was related to this case. I also received additional evidence samples for that report, and then I was able to determine whether or not I could make comparisons to reference samples with those evidence samples. So with those samples, I received 9 different hairs from the trunk liner.
And would the second report or the second phase of your work then be kind of limited to potential hair samples?
Yes.
And in terms of the analysis that you did in this case, did you document your conclusions for each phase in 2 different reports?
Yes, I did.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibits 28 and 29. Can I approach her?
Sure.
Is proposed exhibit 28 a report concerning the first phase of the analysis that you did in this case?
Yes, it is.
And is proposed exhibit 29 a report concerning the second phase of the analysis that you did in this case?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that those 2 reports fairly and accurately depict your sort of conclusions that you made with regard to your analysis in this case?
Yes, they do.
Thank you. I'd move to admit proposed exhibits 28 and 29.
No objection.
Thank you. May I publish, Your Honor?
Sure.
And again, just to make sure nobody's glued to their edge of their seat here, did you find any DNA that could be used for comparison purposes, or were you able to make any sort of comparison here in this case?
So in this case, for both reports, I was unable to make any comparisons to the reference samples.
Okay, and if we look through the first report, Exhibit 28, in terms of the evidence section of the report, what does that tell us?
So the evidence section of the report, it tells us which items of evidence or reference samples that I received to analyze for this record.
Okay, and so what were these initial items then that you received?
So the first one, that's item 3DA, which was a buccal swab from Jaylin Brazier. The second one was item 5D, which was the alternate reference that I received for Zion Foster. It was an electric toothbrush swab. And then the two evidence items that I received were item 6D, which were passenger side trunk liner swabs, and then item 7D, which were driver side trunk liner swabs.
Okay, and when you are, have you worked in other cases where you've used a reference sample from a purportedly deceased individual?
Yes.
And what is the most common source of a reference sample for a deceased individual that the lab receives?
So we will get toothbrushes, like in this case. We expect to get items that the individual would have used often, that we would expect their DNA to be on. Sometimes we get hairbrushes, but toothbrushes are definitely one of the main ones that we get.
Okay. And the section of this report entitled Results of Examination, what does that tell us?
So it basically tells us what methods that were used in the laboratory, which chemistries we used in the laboratory, as well as possible computer programs that we could have used had I been able to make comparisons.
Okay. And how about the interpretation section? What's the first interpretation that's noted in your report?
So the first interpretation would be for item 3DA, so that buccal swab from Jaylin Brazier. I determined that that DNA profile was sufficient to make comparisons with.
Okay, so would that mean that hypothetically, if you had another DNA profile from another source, you could compare the two? There would be enough DNA to work with there?
Yes.
Okay. And how about the second interpretation?
So the second one, that was in regards to the electric toothbrush swab, which was served as the alternate reference for Zion Foster. I also determined that that DNA profile was sufficient to make comparisons with as well.
Okay. And then how about the next interpretation at the top of page 2?
So with the passenger side trunk liner swab, I determined that that DNA profile was too complex to make any comparisons to. So basically that means that there were too many people contributing to that profile. In our procedures, I'm able to make comparisons to DNA profiles containing up to 4 individuals. So I determined that this profile had more than 4 individuals contributing their DNA.
Okay, and so if we could back up just a minute. So the type of swab that we're dealing with here from the passenger trunk liner, are you familiar with something called like contact DNA?
Yes.
And so what is contact DNA?
So contact DNA would be the type of DNA that we get from just touching an item. So if I were to say touch like this ledge, I could leave my DNA behind. It's usually lower quantities of DNA when it comes to contact DNA. We can also transfer our DNA. So if I were to touch an item and then someone else were to come up and touch that item, my DNA could potentially transfer to them.
Okay, and would the purpose of creating a swab for something like the trunk liner, would that be to identify potential contact DNA?
Yes.
And you said here that, so there is my understanding correct that there was DNA identified in that swab, is that correct?
Yes, there was.
It was just too complex to analyze for comparison purposes?
Yes.
Okay. And then how about the final conclusion for the interpretation section?
So with that other item, the driver's side trunk liner swabs, I also determined that that was too complex to make any comparisons to. So again, I just determined that there were more than 4 individuals contributing to that profile, so I was unable to make comparisons, but there was DNA present on that item.
And so you're not able to go in and figure out whose DNA that was, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then for Exhibit 29, again, just kind of going to the top of the report in the evidence section, does that just list the sort of items that you receive for potential DNA analysis?
Yes, it does. It lists the 9 different hairs that I received for this analysis.
Okay, and similar to the items that you received for your first report, do these items before they come to you get handled by someone else at the Michigan State Police Lab?
Yes, they do.
And what would be the, I guess, the position or the role of whoever first handles these items?
So these items would have come from our body fluid identification unit. So they are looking for either fluids like blood, semen, saliva, or they could be just cutting swabs for contact DNA or looking at items like this that are hairs.
Okay. And are there any limitations with identifying DNA that's suitable for comparison purposes when it comes to human hair?
Yeah, so unfortunately with human hairs, we need root material. So right where the hair is attached to your head, we need the root material to be able to do DNA comparison, to do DNA work. And then sometimes, unfortunately, there's just not enough DNA in our hair. It depends on whether our hair was actively growing at the time or whether it wasn't, how much DNA could be present. So it's not surprising when we don't get DNA from hairs due to that low amount of DNA that we usually find.
Okay, and if we go to the interpretations section, is it fair to say that for the vast majority of the items that you looked at, you were not able to obtain a DNA profile? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and again, is that something that's surprising to you?
No, it's not surprising.
And there's one where you were able to obtain a profile?
So with this other one, item 6B2D, hair from passenger side trunk liner, that item I determined was insufficient, that profile was insufficient for comparisons. So that means that there wasn't enough DNA there for me to make comparisons to. So in this case, the DNA profile actually only contained 1 DNA type, and that's just not enough DNA for me to make any comparisons to.
Okay, and so I guess the bottom line is that based on the evidence you received, you were not able to make any comparisons. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just to be clear, you stated that you did have a sufficient sample for Mr. Brazier and Ms. Foster to enable for you to compare their DNA with evidence, correct?
Had I had evidence that I was able to make comparisons to, I had a DNA profile that was usable from both of them.
Okay. And when you're checking for DNA, you're not just checking just for contact DNA. That would be a fair statement, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you're checking to see if their DNA could be present from blood, correct?
Yes, it could be.
Could be from saliva also?
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't just limit your analysis just for contact DNA, correct?
No, my analysis, it will capture all types of DNA.
Okay. And it is not your task to actually retrieve the, I guess, swab of DNA safe from the trunk liner, correct?
No.
Okay, that's presented to you, correct?
Yes.
And just give an estimate, is it a small sample? Just how does that sample look when it's being presented to you?
So the sample is fairly small. We either get very small cuttings of an item, or if we get swabs, it basically looks like the head of a Q-tip. that gets used to swab the areas. And so we get that swab portion of that Q-tip, and that goes into a tiny little tube, and that tiny little tube with that sample is what gets brought into the laboratory for processing.
Okay. And in this particular analysis, you indicated that there were too many DNA profiles on the truck liner in order for you to make a comparative analysis?
So for both the passenger side and the driver's side trunk liners, those swabs, I did determine that there was too many people contributing to that profile.
Okay.
So there were more than 4 individuals.
Okay. And do you happen to know how many profiles, or just more than 4?
Just more than 4.
Okay. And in incidences where that happened, are you able to then go back to, I guess, the body fluid identification task team and request a different sample from a different area of that material that may not have as many potential contributors?
Yeah, so it's always possible, given what results we might get with the DNA testing, that we could go back and look at other areas of evidence on the evidence, or other items of evidence completely.
Okay. In this particular incident, did you request that the body fluid identification team retrieve a sample from a different area of this truck line?
So in this case, I did not request a different sample, no.
Okay. And would you be the only person to make that request?
No, the request could be made by the agency when they get the results from our reports. It's not just me that can make that request.
Okay. And if you know, was such a request made by the agency who initially requested this evidence to be analyzed?
I do not.
You don't know, or it didn't happen?
I do not know.
Okay. Had it happened, would that have to go through you, or would you get knowledge of that particular request?
So if we were to get a request from the agency about additional processing, it would go through our laboratory directors as well as our supervisors to determine whether or not submitting more evidence on the case was a good idea, was suitable to be made.
Okay. And if that process was, I guess, accepted, then ultimately that new evidence or new portion of evidence would then come to yourself to be analyzed?
Yes, it could come to me. It could also come to other analysts in the unit as well. But since I wrote this first report, generally, we keep evidence within reports between the same analyst.
Okay, it'd be fair that you did not do any subsequent analysis after this report was correct?
Other than the hairs that I received, no.
Were you able to determine, in fact, that these were hairs?
No, that is not part of my analysis.
Okay, so you don't know whether or not this was hair or not, correct?
I only go off of the description. I do not make any determinations about whether they're hair or not.
Okay. And you indicated that item 6B2D, the hair that was recovered from the passenger or suspected hair, comparison purposes?
Yes.
And if I don't want to misstate your testimony, but did you indicate that there was only one DNA profile on that particular suspected hair?
So there was one DNA type. So as I stated before, I look at 24 locations in my DNA analysis. So each of those locations, so if we're thinking that the profile is from one individual, we could either see 1 or 2 DNA types at each location. So through this whole DNA profile, so all 24 locations of this profile, there was only one DNA type present.
Okay. And you were unable to compare that particular one profile with your 2 references?
Yes, I was unable to make a comparison between that one DNA type in that DNA profile to the reference samples.
Thank you. No further questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any questions from the jury?
A lot of you guys do not like this attorney, the defense attorney. I'm telling you, he's like a lost cousin of Daryl Brooks. He's just, like I just put in the chat, I think he tries too hard. I think that's what it is. I couldn't figure it out exactly what it was about him that, I mean, he's brought up some good points, but I don't know. Mark says he's not too bright.
Good afternoon.
Teresa says he's too brash.
Wait till each question is fully asked before you respond. If you only have one person talking at a time, please try to honor natural tendency for nonverbal answers such as shrugs of the shoulder, nods of the head, as well as uhs and ahs.
Yeah, he's not professional at all.
If there's an objection, please stop talking until it's resolved. Please keep your voice up. And if you would, please state your name and spell it.
Stephen Ford, Steven Ford.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. What do you do for a living?
Detroit police officer,
And how long have you been a Detroit police officer?
30 years.
And what is your current role with the Detroit Police Department?
I work homicide,
And how long have you been working with homicide?
13 years.
And within homicide, do you have a particular specialty?
Yes.
Oh, also, just really quick, this is interesting, this guy's testimony, because this is going to show a white car, which is what it's like a white sedan that Jaylin drives. And it's going to show it coming up to the dumpster. And then it's going to show the footage. It's a Ring camera from somebody's house nearby the dumpster. And then it shows the footage of the trash compactor coming by, or trash truck coming by and picking it up. So the only thing is that there's no actual, you can't see him putting a body in the dumpster. So I don't know, guys. It's just, it's so iffy to me. But
I'm a certified video technician.
And what does that mean to be a certified video technician?
It means I'm certified through the Law Enforcement Emergency Services Video Association, LEVA, and I extract all videos from media devices, from DVRs, any hard drive, or anything that contains video.
And how long have you been in that specific area of focus with video?
12 years.
And as part of your role with the homicide unit, did you have some involvement into the investigation of Zion Foster's disappearance in January of 2022?
Yes.
I want to show you briefly something that's been admitted already as Exhibit 21. And I'm just going to publish a file on Exhibit 21 ending in 441. Are you familiar with this particular video?
Yes, this is the neighbor across the street from the suspect's house.
Okay, and is that on Greenfield Road in Detroit?
Yes.
And at some point during the course of the investigation, did you go to that neighbor's house in an attempt to extract video?
I did.
And were you successful at that time in actually obtaining video directly from that person's video system?
Her system was overwritten.
Okay. And do you recall approximately when you went to that location?
I believe it was right after Detroit received the case, so shortly after we got it.
Okay, so would it have been January 18th, 19th time frame?
Yeah.
Somewhere in there?
Yeah.
Okay, and so by that point, the system is overwritten. But did you have contact with the neighbor who lived at this location?
I did.
And did you sort of have an opportunity to view any videos that she had?
She saved screenshots of her video.
Okay, and so that's kind of what we're left with, are these screen grabs, essentially?
Yes.
And obviously it's kind of small on that screen. Is there a way to take a screenshot so that you can get like a larger image of just the video portion?
From your cell phone or?
From like your computer.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibits 92. May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Is proposed exhibit 92 a series of screenshots taken from these videos?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that those just represent sort of snapshots of specific moments in time, otherwise captured on the video that's been admitted as Exhibit 21?
Yes.
And would you say that the images contained in Exhibit 92 are fair and accurate depictions of the video itself?
Yes.
And is it fair to say also that there's some portions where there's something circled or highlighted?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move to admit proposed Exhibit 92, Your Honor.
Just normally I wouldn't object, but is Sergeant testifying that he prepared these particular screenshots, or did he review this particular video and compare it with these screenshots to make sure that these screenshots were contained in this particular video? So I'm not sure if there's a
You
problem.
want to ask him?
Sure, can I?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Now, you had an opportunity, did you have an opportunity to review all of this video footage contained in the exhibit that's presented on the screen?
These exhibits, or when I was at the scene?
No. Did you have an opportunity to review the video footage for the footage from across the street that?
So if I'm understanding you correctly.
Okay, I'll ask another way. You indicated that you went over to this address and
Right.
that there were screenshots of this particular video, correct?
Yes.
Had you had an opportunity to review all of that video?
Yes.
Okay. Had you had an opportunity to review these screenshots prior to today that you're holding?
Yes.
Okay. And you're able to testify that those screenshots accurately match the video that was extracted from the video camera? From the house?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions? And no objection?
All right, there's the.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish?
Sure.
And just publishing Exhibit 92. What's the timestamp here?
422 at 11:14:38.
Okay. And
Yeah.
at this point, is the driveway of the relevant house empty?
Yes.
And moving to page 2, what's the timestamp at this point?
January the 4th, 22 at 11:15:05.
Okay, and at this point, is there's a car in the
Yes.
driveway now? Okay. And there's a specific portion of the car that's highlighted in green there?
Yes.
And moving to number 3, is this at that same time, 11:15?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a portion highlighted at that point?
Yes.
And moving to number 4, are we now at 1:41 a.m.?
Yes.
To number 5, are we now at 1:48 a.m.?
Yes.
And number 6, are we now at 1:48 a.m. as well?
Yes.
And the difference between 6 and 7 would just be the lighting, is that correct?
Correct.
And then moving to the next one, are we now at 1:49 a.m.?
Yes.
And the next one, we're at 2:15 a.m.? And the final one, we're at 2:42 a.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And the difference between these 2:42 a.m. would be the lighting. And does there appear to be something going on with the car at that point?
The trunk is open.
As part of your investigation, did you come into sort of possession about information of the potential location of Zion Foster's body being dumped?
Yes.
And did you search for video of the possible dumping of her body?
Yes.
And was there a particular location where you were able to find relevant video footage?
Yes.
And was that at 1322 Woodward?
Yes. That's not an apartment building. It was a facility for not homeless, but like people in need.
Okay.
It was a facility.
But it was like a housing
Yeah.
facility.
Correct.
Okay. And did you to extract video?
Yes.
And can you just kind of describe in general what type of camera system was at that location?
If I could refer to my report.
Sure. Do you have a copy of your
Yes.
report with you?
Yes.
And when you do video extractions, you generally document in a report, and it's important to document these things to keep everything straight.
Correct.
And if you looked at your report, would it refresh your recollection as to the sort of basic type of the video system at that location?
Correct.
Yeah, please take a look at your report and let me know when and if your recollection has been refreshed.
Yes.
And so what type of system was at that location? Download video from that system from relevant times.
Yes.
And when you downloaded that video footage, were you able to make any sort of determination of whether the video's system time was accurate compared with real time?
Yes.
And how is it that you, in general, go about making that determination of comparing the system time of the video system with real time?
So I calibrate the time using the actual DVR, the monitor. I go to the monitor and pretty much compare my phone with, not my phone, with, had a brain freeze. So New York time compared to our time, which is basically
Okay, and so you concluded that the system at this particular building, 13320 Woodward, it was an hour and 27 seconds fast compared to real time. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay. And I'm holding what has been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 46. Is it your understanding that some of the video that you extracted from the Woodward location is contained on this disc?
Yes.
And we've reviewed that together correctly before you testified?
Yes.
And would it be fair to answer the same conditions and when you extracted it directly from the DVR system at that location?
Yes.
And that was back on January 20th of 2022?
Yes.
And viewable in this video, is there, I guess, is there something notable that's relevant to the investigation?
Something notable to the investigation?
Yeah.
As far as
What's in the view of the video footage that's on this disc?
the dumpsters behind the location.
Okay. With that, Your Honor, I'd move to admit proposed exhibit 46.
No.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to start with a file on Exhibit 46 that ends in 4326 for the record. into a timestamp of 03/03/27. And so, Sergeant Ford, so again, that time that's reflected on the video, how does that compare to real time?
It is 2:03.
So when it says 3:03 a.m. on January 5th, we're really looking at
3:03.
2:03, right?
2:03, yes.
Okay, got it. And just to be clear, I want to go back to something that's been admitted as Exhibit 19. And page 12. So do you see the time reflected up here on page 12 of Exhibit 19?
Yes.
And that's 2 a.m. to 2:07 a.m.?
Yes.
And do you see the area depicted on this?
Yes.
And is this kind of right here where the yellow marker is that going to be viewable in our video?
Yes.
Okay. And so we're looking, when we're seeing 3:03 a.m., it's really 2:03 a.m., just like in this particular image on Exhibit 19?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to start at this 3:03 and 27 seconds. And just to be clear, as this is playing, in terms of the dumpster of relevance to the investigation, would that be in this area where my cursor is?
Yes.
stopped at timestamp 3M, 3:06 and 56 seconds. And so that would conclude, would that conclude the sort of relevant portion at that time?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that lines up with this slide we see for Exhibit 19, concluding with the 2:07 time frame?
Yes.
I'm now going to publish on Exhibit 46 another file ending in 0000. And I'm going to start at a timestamp of 8 a.m. And so, again, at this time, right now on the screen it says 0800 hours, 8 minutes and 47 seconds. Is that correct?
Correct.
But in real time, what time are we looking at?
7:08.
And this is still on which date?
On the 5th.
5th of January 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, it's a little lighter out, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, this area where the cursor is toward the top of the screen, that's kind of the dumpster of relevance?
Correct.
And this is just 5 hours after the last video clip that we watched?
Yes.
This point, where it says 8:11 a.m., is it your understanding that dumpster is being lifted?
Yes.
Jump ahead a couple of minutes. Resume playing at the timestamp of 8
8 a.m. and 16 minutes. Stopping at 8:17 a.m. Is that sort of the last relevant portion of this part of the video?
Yes.
I'm now going to publish from Exhibit 46 a file ending 2000. And I'm going to start at the timestamp of 14:54 and 45 seconds. So looking at the timestamp on the video at this point, what day are we in now?
January the 6th.
And what's the what would be the real time reflected at this point?
1:54:45.
54. Okay. And so if we go back to Exhibit 19, and specifically page 15, would this time frame of starting at basically 1:56 kind of correspond to this general time frame?
Yes.
And I'm going to resume playing the final video on Exhibit 46 at 14:54 and 45 seconds. going to stop the video at 14:57 and 29 seconds. Sergeant Ford, throughout your work on this investigation, did you become familiar with something called a transfer station?
Yes.
And what is a transfer station?
The transfer station is, so for instance, when the dump truck picks up the trash, it picks up the trash from here and transfers it to the garage down on Ferry. And from Ferry, they transfer it to the actual final place of storage.
Okay, and is that Ferry location of the transfer station a place that you sort of physically acquainted yourself with, become familiar with?
Yes.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 87. Is proposed exhibit 87 sort of a map overview of the transfer system?
Yes.
Or transfer station, I'm sorry. And does that fairly and accurately depict the transfer station?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit proposed exhibit 87.
No objection.
Submitted.
Thank you. May I publish?
Yes.
Okay, and looking at this exhibit, in terms of the area that's kind of blown up to the right, is that the transfer station?
Yes.
And can you explain, throughout your investigation, did you familiarize yourself with the process that happens when a garbage truck gets full? Where does it go once it's full?
It brings it to the transfer station.
Okay, and what happens at the transfer station based on your familiarity with the process?
The truck pulls into the bays.
And when you say the bays, can you sort of describe the bays that a garbage truck would pull into, and kind of point it out on the image
So,
here?
up to the top. The top of the screen, the top portion of the building, there are bays, like a huge garage. The trucks back to the garage, they're back in, and it actually dumps right on the floor. Okay.
And do you see the sort of what looks like almost like a chain of objects? What does that represent?
So those are the semis that actually pull into the chute. There's a chute to the side of the garage, and it actually goes kind of like underneath the side. And when they dump the garbage onto the floor, there's tractors that push the garbage back onto the semi.
And so are those semis just kind of lined up, waiting in line to take a load?
Take a load, yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach the screen just to point something out?
Sure.
Really quick. So, just so I understand it, would the garbage truck, the initial garbage truck, would it pull into this structure?
Yes.
And then these are the semi trucks up here?
Yes.
And would they pull into this
yes.
structure from the side?
Yes.
And when they pull in, there's a bulldozer that's essentially
So
pushing trash into them.
Yes.
And once a semi truck gets loaded with trash, what happens to the trash from there, based on your understanding of the process?
The semi takes it to whatever yard is the final. So I think there's several actual dump yards, and I can't speak to where those yards are, but so whatever time of day, they all have specific times of which semi is going, say, north and which is going south.
And as part of your investigation, did you obtain some video from this transfer station that's depicted in Exhibit 87?
Yes.
And did you? What was the purpose of obtaining that video?
Attempting to identify the truck that made the Woodward location here at this location, so we can find out the timing to determine where that dump went.
Okay, so you want to find out when the garbage truck that dumps the dumpster, that empties out the dumpster, when it gets to this transfer station,
Correct.
right? And then do you also want to find the likely semi-truck that then would have taken on that particular load?
Yes.
Okay. And then from there, you would want to try to identify the sort of final landing spot of that semi-truck?
Objection. These are leading questions, Ron. You can ask him what his purpose was, but they're leading.
I'll try to rephrase.
All right, just
I guess, can you, well, I guess we'll get to the process in a minute, but at any rate, did you familiarize yourself with with whether there was a video system located at the transfer station?
Yes.
And were you able to obtain video from that system?
Yes.
And in terms of that video, did you collect some raw video?
Yes.
Did you also make some modifications to sort of like clip and trim that video for presentation?
Yes.
And in terms of both the raw video that you collected and the more presentable version of the video, is it your understanding that those files are on this disc that I'm holding that's been marked as proposed Exhibit 47?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that in terms of the raw footage reflected on this disc, that's in substantially the same condition it was when you collected it at the transfer station?
Yes.
Okay. And when you collected that video, were you able to make a determination as to the accuracy of the system time compared to real time when it comes to the transfer station video?
Yes.
And I'm assuming you didn't come with that memorized, is that correct?
Correct.
If you took a look at your report, would that refresh your recollection as to the accuracy between the transfer station's system time and actual time? Why don't you take a look at your report and let me know when and if your recollection is refreshed.
Yes.
And what was the difference, if any, between the transfer station video's system time and actual time?
It's 42 minutes and 32 seconds fast.
Okay. Faster than actual time?
Yes.
Okay. With that, Your Honor, I move to admit proposed Exhibit 47.
No objection.
Okay, submitted.
Thank you. And may I publish?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to play a file starting labeled clip 1. And Sergeant Ford, what area of the transfer station is depicted in this first clip?
This is actually the weigh station.
Okay, and where is that relative to the transfer station?
It's right at the beginning.
Okay. So,
So you will come off ferry right into the weigh station.
okay. And I'm going to move to 3 minutes and 20 seconds into the video. Okay, and this particular image, stopping at
3 minutes and 35 seconds into the video. Is there any significance to this?
I can't see it, but I think this is going off of the truck number on Woodward compared to this truck number. It's the same truck.
Okay.
Is he saying it is, or is he speculating? I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
It's hard to see on this. I guess we'll get to that in the slides later. But at any rate, you see a truck coming into the weigh station. This
Yes.
one, is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to move to a different file on Exhibit 47, and it is a file. It starts with the letters XVR CH1 main 2, and it ends in the number 100,000. And just looking at this image right at the start of the video, this area toward the top of the screen, where is that? What are we
So
looking
that's
at right
the
here?
base where they dump the garbage.
Okay. And if I just pull up for reference really quick, going back to Exhibit 87. Would that be this area on Exhibit 87?
Yes, the top shaded area.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Could you go back to that? Because I was kind of confused on. Did he indicate the top shaded area?
Yes.
On
You see the shade at the top of the building?
Is it where my cursor is right
Yes.
now?
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And so is the camera kind of somewhere over here,
Yes.
facing this area?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to skip ahead to the timestamp of 9:50 and 5 seconds. And in terms of relevance to the investigation, is there any relevance that you found to this portion of the video that we're watching right now?
Just the purpose of the timing of the dump compared to the timing of the truck that goes into the chute.
Okay. to stop at 9:53 and 15 seconds. I'm now going to publish a portion of Exhibit 47 that's titled Event. Sorry, I'm opening it in a different player. One second. And Sergeant, what's the I guess the purpose of this part of the video?
Attempting to show the trucks cleaning the area in the back.
Okay. All right, and with the conclusion of that video, I am holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 88. Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Sergeant Ford, what is contained in proposed exhibit 88?
This is the Woodward location facing the dumpsters. When the garbage trucks pulls in, trying to identify the numbers on the trucks.
Okay, and is there more than one picture in exhibit 88?
Yes. And this is the truck from Woodward going to the weigh station.
And so would these images in 88 be still images from some of the videos that we just went over?
Yes.
And do those still images contain sort of like converted times based on the time conversions that you discussed earlier?
Yes.
And are these still images from sort of like pertinent parts of the video that assisted you in identifying specific vehicles
Yes.
in this investigation?
Yes.
And are these specific times and vehicles that were identified, are they were they sort of relevant to the ultimate landfill investigation done in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit proposed exhibit 88.
No objection.
Can I put a minute?
Thank you. May I publish?
Yes.
Okay, and just starting on the first slide of Exhibit 88, where are we looking at this point?
The green circle up to the left, next to the timestamp.
Where is this location, though?
Oh, behind Woodward, the
Okay.
facility in Woodward.
And what's the sort of, what would be the actual time at this point in time based on the time conversions?
7:08.
Okay. And so the 7-Eleven in there is not accurate? Maybe a mistake?
Per the time up here in the conversion will be 7:08.
Okay, got it. And were you able to identify a specific number to the garbage truck depicted in this video?
Yes.
Okay, and is it your understanding that garbage trucks can have the same number, or are those like unique identifiers?
Best identifier.
Okay.
And then if we go to the next slide, 2, are we at the way station now?
Yes.
And I know that the numbers aren't necessarily viewable in the still images, but based on your review, is this the sort of time that you were able to find the matching truck number
Yes.
come to the way station?
Yes.
Okay. And then moving to slide 3, what's the significance of what's circled in this slide?
So the semi up to the right inside the circle, if you see the red truck, you see a white semi right in front of it.
Uh-huh.
And that's the truck that was in the bay when our dump truck went in.
Okay. And if we go to the next slide, what's the significance of what's circled here?
That's our dump truck pulling into the bay.
Okay. And then the next slide, again, what would be the significance here?
Just showing it dump in the bay.
Okay. And is the idea that could there be more than one semi truck in the bay at this time, or just one?
It's 2, but it's only one loading.
Okay.
The other one is ready to exit.
It's like waiting
Yeah.
in line.
Yes.
Okay. And then moving to the next slide, what's the significance of what's circled here?
It's our truck leaving.
Okay. And then the 7th slide, what's the significance of this slide?
Our truck exiting the yard.
So this is just following
Yes.
further down the line.
Yes.
And in terms of the next slide, the final slide, what's the significance of this slide?
Identifying the semi that picked up the load.
And what would be, how were you able to identify the semi-truck here?
Truthfully, watching several hours to determine which one was which, but in the timing. But this was the semi that identified going into the yard and leaving the yard after the dump.
Okay. And so what, I guess based on your role in the investigation, did you reach any conclusions with regard to the potential relevance of this semi-truck?
Yes. From the number from this semi-truck, we were able to talk to Waste Management and find out where this truck went, where he took his load.
And that would be to a landfill?
Yes.
Okay. And you use the sort of unique identifier on that truck that is sort of visible in this picture, but not entirely visible?
Yes.
Okay. Sergeant Ford, are you familiar with a place called the Detroit Detention Center?
Yes.
And what is the Detroit Detention Center?
So all the precincts closed several years ago. Now we take all our prisoners to the detention center over on Mound, which is the old MDOC jail. But now it houses just our prisoners.
And so if somebody is held in custody before charges are filed, where might they be held?
At the detention center.
Okay. And at the Detroit Detention Center, do you have familiarity with whether individuals housed there have the ability to make phone calls to the outside?
They do, yes.
And do you have familiarity with whether those phone calls are recorded or not?
They are.
And is there a particular system that is used at the Detroit Detention Center to store recordings of inmate calls?
Yes, GTL.
And as part of your role in the homicide unit, do you have access to that system?
I do.
And are you able to go into that system and pull call recordings?
Yes.
And were you asked to pull some recordings when Jaylin Brazier was housed at the Detroit Detention Center.
Yes.
And when you go into the system to look for recordings, can you go in and find recordings for a specific inmate, or is there some other way that you search the system?
So we have two systems. We have one system that tells us when the suspect was arrested, and then we have the GTL system that just lists all the calls. So you basically find out what time the suspect made the location, and you just start listening from the time he entered to the time he exits.
Okay, and did you find some potentially relevant calls from Mr. Brazier's time in custody at the Detroit Detention Center?
I did.
And did you extract those calls, those recordings of those calls from the GTL system?
Yes.
And I am holding what's been marked as proposed Exhibit 48. Is it your understanding that one of those calls, a recording of the calls, is contained on this particular exhibit?
Yes.
And does this exhibit also contain a data sheet that indicates the date and time of the call and the number called?
Yes.
And is that information that you can also pull from the system?
Yes.
If you were to go back into the system today and pull this same call, would it be in substantially the same condition it's in now on this particular disk?
No.
Explain that.
We have 1 year.
1 year, okay.
Yes.
But let me rephrase then. If, to your knowledge, the recording that's on this disk, is this in substantially the same condition it was when you initially extracted it from the system?
Yes.
And when you extract it from the system, part of that is to preserve potential evidence, is that correct?
Correct.
So, because the recording system has a retention period?
Yes.
Okay. With that, I move to admit proposed exhibit 48, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'd object. If I could just voir dire.
Sure.
Sergeant Ford. All right, thank you. Good afternoon again, Sergeant Ford, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon.
Now, you stated that these particular calls are managed by GTL?
Yes.
Okay. Would that be the same company as Tailmate?
I don't think so. I'm not sure. I know our company is GTL.
Okay. So this is a third-party organization who maintains these phone calls, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these particular calls, they're not stored on site at the Detroit Detention Center, correct?
No.
Okay. And you don't know exactly where these particular phone calls are stored, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You don't know how these particular phone calls are indexed by GTL, correct? You don't know how these particular phone calls are indexed when they're stored by GTL, correct?
You're losing me here.
Okay. You don't know how these particular phone calls are labeled at GTL facilities, correct?
So you're talking, if I pull the calls, how they're labeled, or before I pull the calls?
Before the calls, they're stored on some type of mainframe, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That mainframe is not at the Detroit Detention Center, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Judge, I'm going to object to this. It's not time for cross-examination yet. The foundation has been laid for the admissibility of this call. There's another witness who's familiar with the defendant's voice, who identified the defendant's voice on this disc. That's frankly all that's needed. If he wants to cross-examine on this, he can cross-examine on it later, but I don't think this goes to the admissibility of the evidence.
I believe so. Pursuant to MRE 8036, I'm assuming that the prosecutor is indicating that this is the custodial of records of this particular phone calls, and I would suspect, based upon the testimony that's been elicited so far, that in fact that Sergeant Ford in fact is not the custodian of records of these particular calls. So he was not in a position to testify to the authenticity of the calls in this particular situation.
First of all, it's coming in as a part of the admission under the exception to hearsay. When we look at Rule 901, which is the rule for authenticating or identifying evidence, under 901B5 indicates opinion about a voice. An opinion identifying a person's voice whether heard firsthand or through mechanical or electronic transmission or recording, based on hearing the voice at any time under circumstances that connect it with the alleged speaker. It indicates that that is a way of satisfying the requirement for authenticity. And so here, I asked Sergeant Jones when she was testifying very specifically about 4 specific discs and whether she reviewed recordings on those discs and whether she was familiar with a voice on those discs. And she indicated that for each disc she was familiar with the defendant's voice on those discs based on her prior interrogation of him. What's more, he fully authenticated that there is what's essentially a database that he can go into to extract recordings, and that's what he did. So I don't think, if he wants to argue this goes to weight and there's another inmate talking about this case who's not Jaylin Brazier, he's free to do so, but this doesn't go to admissibility.
I would say that, if this is obviously attempting to be entered under the hearsay exception of the records of regularly conducted activity, which states a memorandum, report, record, or data compilation in any form of acts, transactions, occurrences, events, conditions, opinions, or diagnosis made at or near the time by or from information transmitted by a person with knowledge if kept in the course of a regularly conducted business activity, and if it was the regular practice of that business activity to make the memorandum, report, record, or data compilation, all as shown by the testimony of the custodian or other qualified witness, or by certification that compiles with a rule promulgated by the Supreme Court or a statute permitting certification. And Your Honor, I don't believe that we have this in this particular case. Sergeant Ford is in the position that he's being attempted to verify these records under the hearsay exception as being a custodian of these particular
I don't
records.
think it's hearsay,
Yeah,
it's a party admission.
Yeah, we're not in hearsay exception territory under 803 because it's a party admission. Even if we were under 803.6, it's not limited to custodians of record in the plain language of the rule. It's custodians of record or other qualified witnesses. So even if we were there, we're still, we got belts and suspenders here for the admissibility of this.
All right, it's moving.
And Your Honor, may I publish it?
Yeah. This is exhibit number
48, Your Honor. Okay, and Sergeant Ford, you see this file on Exhibit 48 that's ending in 441. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and if we go into the call list, is this call list contain data from the files that you were able to pull from GTL?
Yes.
And so for this file ending 441, what would be the date of that particular file?
January 20th, 22 at 10:21.
Okay, so the 22:21, that would be military time for 10:21 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay.
One. Para español, please enter the area code and phone number you are calling now. Please state your name at the beep. Please hold. Please wait while your call is being connected. Please hold. Hello, this is a prepaid call from a detainee at the Detroit, Michigan Detention Center. To accept this call, press 0. Your current balance is $22.18. This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using GTL. Hello?
Hey, man, dude.
What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. I just wanted to call and talk to you.
Are you okay?
Yeah, are you okay?
Yeah. Well, apparently Gary was telling Sierra family about the case.
Really? And that's why the shit's going around?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Where you hear that
From people, a lot of people knowing too much about the case, and the shit not true, and they say you spreading stuff.
Right.
Oh, also, yo, I just wanted you to ask you, did they make you sign any paper?
They had made me do a statement that Gary had put together and everything, and that's the only thing I signed.
But you should be honest and tell them. Gary promised you if you tell them what he wanted you to say, then you guarantee to be home to your family.
Mm-hmm.
Just tell them what I'm telling you, and then you will make it home. So you gotta tell them that he made promises to you, and shit, not everything is hitting the fan, and you ain't did shit.
Okay.
And then he's trying to spread rumors talking about they got cameras and stuff on the back of your house or somebody else's house showing that you was bringing something.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what he's spreading people too, talking about they got video footage. Today the police went and found the video from the house behind your.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's an issue we need to take up outside your presence. I'm going to ask you to go in the jury room for a few minutes. I'll have you right back out. All right, so Brown, you want to place your argument on the record?
Yes. I would state that this particular statement that's being introduced contains a lot of impermissible hearsay from other individuals. I know the prosecution may try to argue that, in fact, my client adopted these particular statements, but for one, I think it prejudices the jury to hear what somebody else is more or less forced or attempting to force feed my client. And if he's just sitting there agreeing like, okay, whatever, yeah. I don't necessarily would indicate that that's an adoption that would rise to the level that the jury should hear this impermissible hearsay.
And, Your Honor, if I can continue publishing the call, I think it'll speak for itself.
Okay, go ahead.
They saw you bring something out the house. So that's the rumor spreading around, not from Gary.
If we could possibly listen to this in camera, because I'm not sure if the jury could hear this. I know in other cases I'm able to hear conversations from the jury room, and this is pretty loud. And
I'll turn it down.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, got so many people that know of him, and he's just running his mouth about stuff that's not true.
Okay. Well, you can get in contact with my mom, let her know that you all said we were done with Gary.
Yeah,
so they can't bring me to him at any point tomorrow or anything.
No, you don't have to have shit to say to him. Tell them that when they bring him to you in front of this, tell him he is fired and you don't no longer need his service, and tell them that you you need to request for an attorney. And you don't got to say shit to nobody else.
Mm-hmm.
Because he shouldn't have made all these promises to you. So that shit not going to even stand no more, because he shouldn't have made promises that if you just say what I'm telling you to say, you're going to make it home.
That's basically what he said to me and my mom. He said, okay, when you say basically what I said and everything, that it would go a certain way.
Exactly.
So,
I mean, I don't think he's being forced fed at all of this. I mean, he's clearly adopting what this person is saying, which is Ms. Smith.
This particular voice is not Ms. Smith. It's an unknown person to me, but I'm not sure that the identity of that person is necessarily relevant. What's relevant is that he said what he said.
If I'm not mistaken, I think he's talking about his past attorney.
He's talking about Mr. Jones.
Yeah, Mr. Jones, yeah, Gary Jones.
Right, and he's admitting that admitting the nature of the conversation that she, this sort of unknown female party, is suggesting.
But there's other hearsay in there as far as about being cameras or anything. All that was just admitted by my client was, yes, Mr. Jones told me to go into the police and tell them what I told him. That's not an adopting of every other statement that was made by this other particular witness or individual on the phone call. All he said was, Mr. Jones told me to go in and basically tell him what I told him. And I don't believe that's an adoption of all the other hearsay that this particular individual was soliciting.
And to be clear, none of this other content, it's not like I'm going to be standing up and closing argument and saying you should listen to this person on the phone. I mean, it's not, I think it's almost, I just don't think that we can play the portion of the call where the defendant is saying what he says without this other portion, because I just don't think it's going to make any sense in context.
And I would say it's irrelevant whether or not the prosecutor intends to use that in his closing. Obviously, he's using it for a purpose for the jury to hear this whole conversation, to put into their mind, and it's impermissible hearsay there, where this individual is indicating that Mr. Jones allegedly saying that there was a camera here, a camera here.
I don't know that that's the hearsay being offered for the truth of the matter, so I think it's per se.
No, but I guess if the court perhaps could give a limiting instruction and say only, you should not consider the comments made of another party on the call or something to that effect.
That's fine. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'm going to start publishing Exhibit 48 again around the minute 50 seconds into the call.
Did they make you sign any paper?
They had made me do a statement that Gary had put together and everything, and that's the only thing I signed.
But you should be honest and tell them. Gary promised you if you tell them what he wanted you to say, then you guarantee to be home to your family.
Mm-hmm.
Just tell them what I'm telling you, and then you will make it home. So you gotta tell them that he made promises to you and shit, not everything you put in the fan and you didn't do it.
Okay.
And then he's trying to spread rumors talking about they got cameras and stuff from the back of your house and somebody else's house showing that you was bringing something.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what he's spreading people too, talking about they got video footage. Today the police went and found a video from the house behind your house saying they saw you bring something out the house.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the rumor spreading around.
And Sergeant Ford, just to be clear, that issue you heard about the video, do you understand that to be not true?
Yes.
He's running around telling me, like, I done got so many people that know of him, and he's just running his mouth about stuff that's not true.
Okay. You can get in contact with my mom, let her know that we all said we were done here.
Yeah,
So they can't bring me to him at any point tomorrow or anything.
No, he don't have to have shit to say to him. Tell them that when they bring him to you in front of this, tell him he is fired and you don't no longer need his service, and tell them that you need to request for an attorney.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't got to say shit to nobody else.
Mm-hmm.
Because he shouldn't have made all these promises to you. So that shit not going to even stand no more, because he shouldn't have made promises that if you just say what I'm telling you to say, you're going to make it home.
That's basically what he said to me and my mom. He said, okay, well, you say basically what I said and everything, that it would go the third way.
Exactly.
So
So you need to let that be known, and so that they can appoint you a new lawyer, and whatever the fuck was said and signed is going to be dismissible, because he shouldn't have made promises to you.
Mm-hmm.
He gonna tell me today on the phone, like, do you know this is gonna be the biggest profile case that I've had?
So he's trying to milk it, basically.
Yeah. He's trying to get a name for his stuff. Shouldn't have never trusted him, because then he told you, you do this and you do that, I guarantee I got you, you will get home. You're not gonna be there. He lying.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get you in trouble. I wouldn't say shit else to him. Nothing.
So what else have been circulating that y'all hear though?
Time.
I said, what else been circulating that y'all hear though?
Just pretty much that they also found a video from the house behind your house showing you coming off the back of the house.
And then they show, your auntie said that it was a video on the news saying that they saw us go into Waterford
When we went to David's house, I guess they took a video footage from the streets and stuff, anywhere that they assume y'all went, and they following each camera to see what direction y'all went.
Okay, trying to see if we dumped the body.
So they said, yeah, right. They said they got y'all in Waterford and Highland, what they say, Highland Park? Hazel Park. Hazel Park. Work done.
Yeah, that was Kenya by herself.
Yeah, so they supposed to have some private detectives on the case, looking into all the video that goes alongside whatever street that they seen that y'all turned, they trying to pull any cameras they can possibly pull.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just all come from Jerry lying, making promises, and it's just all the whole time he's trying to set you up.
Yeah, a whole bunch of years said just to fucking railroad me. Literally, when I went to go talk to detectives, he got on the phone and the video was in there. He was saying, just say basically what he said to me all along, and just stick with that, and I'd be okay, basically.
Stop the call at 6 minutes and 11 seconds, and I don't have any further questions.
All right, and just members of the jury to disregard the comments made by the female individual on the call with regard to rumors, right? As Sergeant Ford indicated, those are unsubstantiated. There's obviously, it hasn't been admitted into evidence that you can't consider it reaching a verdict, right? Go ahead, Mr.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Now, this video on Greenfield, this camera footage, that was sent to you?
No.
You went over there and downloaded it?
No.
Okay. How did you ever become in receipt of it?
I just viewed it when I made the location.
You just viewed it, you viewed it on the homeowner's system?
On her phone.
On her phone? Okay. And you stated that on the actual system, the video was overwritten?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the retention time is for that particular system for videos?
When I went to that location, it had already been overwritten, so
Okay.
I can't tell you how long.
Did you ever try to ascertain how long this particular system maintained videos?
No, I did not.
Okay. Is there a reason why you didn't try to ascertain how long?
It was already overwritten. There was no need.
There was no need, okay. And you didn't do any type of, I guess, comparison between this particular video to see if there was an offset at the time, correct?
I did.
Okay.
I looked at her cameras, and I saw her cameras were on time.
They were on time?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't document that in your report, did you?
No.
Okay. So they were on time to the very second?
Yes.
Okay. And normally would you indicate that particular step?
Or if I extracted video, yes.
Okay. Even if you compare the video, do you normally reduce that to writing as to that the fact that you actually compared the times and they were on time or similar?
When I was at that location, I was not comparing. I was just viewing what she had on her phone.
So okay. So how would you determine whether or not this particular video on the phone is from the correct date and or time?
So the video on her time was time-stamped, and they had the correct date and time.
Okay. But you said you didn't do, did you or did you do, I'm confused. Did you or did you not do any comparison between her system time and the actual time that it was?
So when I went to extract the video was overwritten. But of course, when I go to extract the video, I calibrate the time. And when I calibrated the time, the system was on time.
Okay. And do you normally reduce that to writing, the fact that you did that particular step?
No.
Okay.
Unless I actually extract the video.
Okay. And as far as the transfer station, you indicated that you don't know where the trucks go after they leave the transfer station?
No, I don't.
Okay. This particular semi-truck that you suspected carried the particular load that was dumped by this garbage truck, do you know where that truck went?
I do not, no.
Okay. In your notes, is there a particular semi-truck identification number that you have that you know that it was the correct truck?
No, I do not.
So how do you know you were looking at the right truck?
I provided the information that I gathered from the weigh station and from the from Ferry, and that information was turned over to Sergeant Jones. Sergeant Jones was able to take the numbers from those trucks to determine where those trucks went.
Okay. And were you with Sergeant Jones when that determination was made?
No.
Okay. Now, you looked at a video, I believe it was Exhibit 47, where it showed a garbage truck that was entering the transfer station. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And it had a time up there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And after watching Exhibit 47, you were unable to determine whether or not this was the particular truck that picked up the dumpster off of Woodward, correct?
One more time.
When you during direct examination, the prosecutor showed you Exhibit 47. Exhibit 47 was a video footage of a particular truck entering the transfer station, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And during that questioning, you were unable to verify whether or not this particular truck was in fact this truck that picked up the dumpster that was located off of Woodward in Highland Park, correct?
From this video?
Yes, yes.
Yes, I couldn't see.
Okay. And you extracted this particular video, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that you watched hours and hours of video, correct?
Correct.
And you were looking at the times of the video. You were looking at the times of the video, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that you calibrated, or I guess made a comparison of the actual time and then the time of the particular camera, correct?
Correct.
And you said you determined it was approximately 42-minute difference, correct?
Correct.
In order to make that determination, you had to watch the video, correct?
Correct.
So why is it that when you saw this particular Exhibit 47, you were unable to identify this particular truck from a video you extracted?
Because I've done it at my office where I can slow it down, zoom in, and I can see the truck number.
Okay.
I can't see the truck number from here.
Okay, but you were able to see the time stamp on the video, correct?
But I'm not going to sit here and say that's the truck when I can't see it. So
You were able to see the time of the video, correct?
Correct.
And did you write any notes down of when this suspected truck that picked the dumpster up from Highland Park actually entered the transfer system?
Yes.
Okay. So based upon your notes and your knowledge of the video, you were still unable to watch this particular video, which had a time that was indicated, in being able to verify that this was the right truck, correct?
Correct.
And you are also unable to tell from the still photo that if this was the particular truck that entered the transfer station, which dumped the garbage can from Highland Park, correct?
One more time.
You were unable to view the still photo that the prosecutor showed you and verify that this particular truck on the still photo was in fact the truck that dumped the dumpster in Highland Park. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you reduce in writing or your notes the actual truck number that you believe to have picked up the dumpster from Highland Park?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to match that with the truck or a truck that entered the transfer system?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as these phone calls from the Detroit Detention Center, do you after you're requested to extract these phone calls, do you listen to the phone calls or you just extract them?
I listen.
You listen to them?
Yes. What? Yes.
In this particular situation, you listen to them?
You have to.
Do you provide or do you generate the list of calls, the call list that was shown to you? Do you generate that?
Yes.
Okay, so you actually type it?
No.
Okay, how is that particular list generated?
It comes with the calls.
From GTL?
Yes.
Is there any way that you independently verify whether or not the call that GTL sends you is in fact the call that you requested?
So I go in. So say if the person gets locked up at 1 o'clock, I start listening at 1 o'clock, and I'll listen until I find the person. If he ever makes a call, I attempt to locate that person. Once I locate that person, then I can listen to the calls to discover all the phone numbers that they make. And then I run those phone numbers in the system to see, to get all the calls they make.
Okay, good. I understand that. My question is, do you do any verification to verify whether or not the call that you receive from GTL is actually the call that you requested from GTL?
So the call I listen to is the call I request. So I'm not really understanding your question.
Whether or not you independently verify as far as the timing, the date, the actual individual.
So when you heard the call, it tells you the time. That sheet tells you the time, the day, tells you what cell he's in. Only thing it does not tell you is the defendant or the caller's name.
Okay. And do you use any type of like voice recognition to determine whether or not this, whoever it is that's on the phone, is actually the person that you suspect it would be?
Normally they'll somehow identify themselves or talk about a case where I can put it together to figure out who the person is.
So is that a no? As far as my question, my question was, do you use like any type of voice recognition?
No.
Now, as far as exhibit, exhibit 88, slide 1. Now, Sergeant, did you prepare these exhibit 88 as far as these still photos?
No.
Okay. And you indicated earlier that from your comparison there was an hour difference from this particular camera footage to actual time, correct?
Correct.
And it indicates in the right side of this particular slide 7:11, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that that was an incorrect time?
Correct.
Do you know who inputted this time?
No.
Okay. But that would be an incorrect time, correct?
Correct.
Did you have an opportunity to review Exhibit 88 prior to testifying today?
Yes.
And did you make it known that this particular time on this slide was inaccurate?
No.
Did you notice it prior?
No.
But you said you did review it, correct?
Yeah.
Did you review it thoroughly, or you just looked at it and said everything was okay?
I looked at it to refresh my memory. I mean, I remember this because I did screen captures myself, so I know it was from the video.
Okay. But so you say you just looked at it just to refresh your memory. You weren't looking at it to see whether or not the information contained in it was actually accurate?
I didn't pay attention to the time because the time was on the video.
Okay. But did you notice the time?
I did not, no.
Now, as far as the other slides, did you compare or pay attention to the other slides in this particular exhibit to see whether or not they were accurate?
They all have the time on them.
I understand, but they also have a corresponding time in the right margin, you would agree, correct?
Correct.
Did you do any type of verification of comparing the time that's depicted in the actual camera footage with whatever whatever time that's depicted in the right margin?
No.
Okay, so you can't say whether or not the times are actually accurate, correct?
For the video or for the notes?
You can't, for the notes?
No.
Okay. But you can tell us at least that this particular slide is not accurate, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Radar.
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? Seeing none, sir, you can step down. It's 4:04, we'll move past time today.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give before this court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please take your seat at the witness stand.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, you'll be asked a series of questions. Please wait till each question is fully asked before you respond. You can only have one person talking at a time. Please try to avoid our natural tendency for nonverbal answers such as shrug to the shoulder, nod to the head, as well as ahas and ahas, because those don't translate into the record. If there's an objection, please stop talking until it's resolved. Please keep your voice up, and if you would, please state your name and spell it.
Shalia Howard, SHALIAHHOWARD.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. I just want to ask you a few questions about some video that has been admitted as Exhibit 21. And if you can just look on the screen behind you briefly, are you familiar with those files that are depicted in Exhibit 21?
Yes.
And I'm just going to open up the first one, just kind of as an example. Back in January of 2022, where did you live relative to these homes that are depicted in the video?
Where the camera's coming from.
Okay, so right across the street?
Mm-hmm.
And can you describe the sort of camera that was where you lived?
It's a Waze camera, and I had it sitting in my windowsill.
Okay, and did you have the ability to access recordings from that camera system?
Yes.
And how would you be able to access recordings from that camera?
Through the application.
And would that be on your phone?
Yes.
And at some point, did you go into the app on your phone and access some recordings from January 4th and January 5th of 2022?
Yes.
And did you do anything to sort of preserve or capture those recordings?
I just saved them.
Okay.
I just saved them.
And the camera, was it your understanding the camera was continuously recording, or would it only record at certain points in time?
It only records certain points in time. So if it like captures a motion, then it'll start recording.
Okay, and the recordings that you saved, did you do anything with those recordings at some point?
I provided them to the mother.
And when you say the mother, are you referring to Zion Foster's mother?
Yes.
If you can just explain briefly, what were the circumstances under which you provided the recordings to her?
I was looking out my window and I saw a group across the street. And I had went over there to see what was going on, and she had told me that
Objection to whatever was said.
Yeah, I guess without getting into anything she said. So you saw her in the area, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at that point you provided her the videos?
Yes.
And is my understanding correct that in terms of what's depicted on the video, you didn't see any of that like firsthand yourself, is that correct?
No, just on the video.
Okay, thank you, nothing further.
Good morning. Oh, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I just have a couple brief questions. Did you install this particular surveillance system yourself?
Yes, you just plug it up.
Just plug it up? Okay. Did it have any type of internal storage as far as being able to store videos that were recorded?
They will stay for about 30 days.
30 days?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And after 30 days, would they then be deleted?
Yeah, I didn't have like a SD card or anything.
Okay. So you stated they were saved for a minimum of 30 days, correct?
Yes.
Could you do anything to delete the videos yourself?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And do you know what would happen after 30 days to the video?
No, they just doesn't be there anymore.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
You right?
No, thank you.
Any questions from the jury? Seeing none, ma'am, you can step down. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
So you'll be asked a series of questions. Please wait till each question is fully asked before you respond. You will only have one person talking at a time. Please try to avoid a natural tendency for non-verbal answers such as shrugs of the shoulder, nods of the head, well, no, how's it up? I think that's also translated into the record. If there's an objection, please stop talking until it's resolved. Please keep your voice up. Please state your name and spell.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T. My last name is Lalone. It's L-A-L-O-N-E.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Michigan Attorney General's office as a special agent.
And before your current job as a special agent with the Michigan Attorney General's office, where were you employed before that?
With the Detroit Police Department.
And how long were you employed with the Detroit Police Department?
A few weeks shy of 27 years.
And back in January of 2022, were you employed with the Detroit Police Department at that point?
Yes, sir.
And what was your role at that time?
At that time, I was a lieutenant and I was assigned to major crimes.
And what were your sort of general duties in connection with being a lieutenant assigned to major crimes?
I had several different entities underneath me, including 3 squads from the homicide unit. I had headquarters surveillance and the electronic surveillance unit underneath my span of control also.
And as part of your role as a lieutenant with major crimes back in January 2022, did you have an opportunity to take a statement from someone by the name of Jaylin Brazier?
Yes, sir.
And do you see that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir. He's seated, excuse me, he's seated at the defense table with a blue suit, blue shirt, dress shirt, and a blue, multicolored blue tie.
Thank you. If the record could just reflect that the witness is identified the defendant. And what was the date that you took the statement from Mr. Brazier?
That was January the 20th, 2022.
Okay, and where was that statement taken?
It was taken at one of the interview rooms in major crimes. I believe it was in room 520.
And when you took the statement, was anyone else present other than you and Mr. Brazier?
No, sir.
And to get Mr. Brazier to make a statement to you, did you threaten him in any way?
No, sir.
Did you use any sort of force on him in any way?
No, sir.
Did you use any sort of coercion to get him to make a statement to you?
No, sir.
Did you make any promises to him to induce him to make a statement?
No, sir.
Did you have any understanding of how long Mr. Brazier had been in custody up until the time you took the statement from him?
Yes, sir. I don't have the exact time of his arrest, but he's arrested the previous day, so give or take within 24 hours.
Okay. And did you have any reason to believe that during that period of time that Mr. Brazier had been denied any sort of adequate sleep?
No, sir.
Any reason to believe during that time he had been denied adequate food or water?
No, sir.
Any reason to believe that he appeared to be intoxicated or under the influence of alcohol or any controlled substance?
No, sir. He didn't have any visible signs, nor was there any odors of intoxicants or marijuana, anything like that.
And before you talked with Mr. Brazier, did you advise him of anything?
Yes, sir. I advised him of his constitutional rights.
And he indicates to you whether or not he understood those rights and agreed to speak?
Yes, sir, he did.
And was his advice of rights something that was reduced to writing?
It was, utilized, it's called the Detroit Police Department Constitutional Rights Certificate of Notification form. It's a standardized form with the rights written out on them.
Okay, and I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 49. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, can you take a look at proposed exhibit 49 and
Yes, sir.
tell me what that is?
This is the Constitutional Rights Certificate of Notification I utilized with Mr. Brazier.
Okay, and does that bear any sort of markings from him indicating that he understood his rights and agreed to speak with you?
Yes, sir. So I did, it's twofold. One of the things I did was I read him his rights out loud, and I had him read his rights, his first right back out loud to me. I do that as a way to make sure that the person's literate. Some people, if they are literate, I've had experience where they wouldn't tell me that. If they can articulate it, if he had stumbled or had trouble reading it, I probably would have read him again and went over him a little bit deeper. He didn't have any issues. He read the first right out loud, and then I asked him to fix his signatures next to each right. There's 5 of them. If he understood them, and advised him if he had any questions to please let me know. In the end, I asked him if he understood everything and agreed with it to fix his signature, which he did. With the date and time I provided him, and then I affixed my signature on there also.
And that form that you're holding that's marked as proposed exhibit 49, is that a fair and accurate copy of the form that the two of you executed back on January 20th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
With that, I move to admit proposed exhibit 49. And the statement that you took from Mr. Brazier, was that something that was ultimately recorded?
Yes, sir. In the room, and I want to correct myself. I believe the recording was actually in room 519. It's all the interview rooms in the major crime section of the Detroit Police Department, audio and video recorded as this was.
Okay, and have you reviewed that recording since you took the statement?
Yes, sir.
And I'm pulling what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 50. Is it your understanding that the recording of your statement with Mr. Brazier on January 20th is contained on this disc?
Yes, sir.
And does that recording fairly and accurately reflect the statement that you actually took from him on that day?
The recording I reviewed last week and then again yesterday does fairly and accurately was recorded fairly and accurately, yes.
Okay. With that, I move to admit Proposed Exhibit 50, Your Honor.
No objection. Your Honor, may we approach the previous?
Sure. To excuse the jury for a moment, I'm ready to bring right back. All right. recording with the jury. There was an order entered at the outset of the trial, and it looks like, based upon what I've seen, is that from today, Mr.?
Yes. Yes, my understanding.
That at least the first 4 jurors, if not jurors number 1, 2, and 3, are being recorded. I can't allow that. If that happens again, I'm going to have to start eliminating cameras. All right. All right.
Just for confirmation, Exhibit 50 was admitted, correct?
No, sir. All right, it's admitted.
And, sir, I'm also pulling what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 51. Have you seen this document?
If that's a copy of the transcripts from my interview, yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And is Proposed Exhibit 51 a copy of a transcript for this particular interview?
Yes, sir.
And so that'd be a transcript of the recording that's contained on Exhibit 50?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And does that transcript from your review fairly and accurately reflect the interview that you had with Mr. Brazier back on January 20th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. With that, I move to admit Proposed Exhibit 51 as well.
No objection. It's admitted.
And may I publish Exhibit 50, Your Honor?
Yes.
And, sir, before we play the video, let me ask, is there a particular style you have when you're interrogating somebody?
Generally, yes. I've interrogated a lot of people over the years, and I have a method of doing it, yes.
And how would you characterize the style or the method that you use?
I would almost say it's a soft sell. I'm not hard, I don't yell, scream, things like that. You see a lot of times on TV. I try to talk to the person, explain to them. I generally show them the evidence up to a certain point. Some things I may keep back just to see if they're going to be honest with me or not. But I try to tell them the truth and have a discussion with them. There's 2 sides to every story, and I try to get theirs.
Okay. And or a different style when you did this particular interview with Mr. Brazier?
No, we sat down, we had a discussion, explained to them what we had, and talked about the circumstances surrounding the case and some of my theories as to what may have happened.
Okay. And when you're giving theories, is it fair to say you kind of gave a lot of your theories during the course of this video?
Yes, sir.
And those are your theories, you would agree, not necessarily where the investigation may have landed finally, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to skip ahead of a lot of the early portion of the interview.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to skip from the beginning of the video all the way to about 48 minutes into the video. Now, during this portion of the video that I'm skipping, who's doing most of the talking during that time?
In the first part of the interview, the majority of the talking was on my part.
And what's the purpose of you doing most of the talking at that point?
I was just trying to elicit a response from Mr. Brazier to get a dialogue going with him to talk to me.
Okay. And I'm going to start playing the video at 48 minutes and 2 seconds.
Correct?
right now, all we got is the edges. All this is up to interpretation. I don't like when things are up to interpretation because that's when things get a little wonky, right? I don't think that's, again, I like to find the truth, and I don't think the truth lies in that. My interpretation of truth is different yours. But if we talk about it and we say boom, 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 this is what happened, then I can take that because that's right. To me, that would tell me if you'd say, no, Bob, although you can see the edges, you can see it's green, it's really the ocean, it's just the color hues of the water. I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense, Jay. We've got a wide open map right here, a puzzle right now. You and I got to fill it in. Like I said, I'd like to know what happened leading up to it first, just for me, so I understand. I need to know, for me, I need to know what popped the cork, what set the pressure cooker, what let the things loose. Me, I need to know that. I need to know that so I can go home and sleep at night and I know I did the best by you I could. And I sincerely mean that. That's for me. You know why I always want to know the truth? Because I never want anybody to answer for something they didn't do. I want the truth because I want them to answer for you did this, but you didn't do this, this, and this. I always want the truth. I want the truth. That allows me to go home at night and sleep and realize that even though this person's screwed up, even though people are looking at him and thinking they're a bad person, he's a decent person, but I helped him make it right. That's for me. That's me personally. I like to find out exactly what happened. I like to find out what leads up to it. Otherwise, would people give a shit? Do you think a lot of people give a shit what led up to it? No, they just want to find out, okay, you did something, okay, boom, here, sign here, boom, we're done. That's not me. I want the backstory. I need to know. I need to know for me. That's how people are like, how do you sleep at night? But that's how I sleep, because I know that number one, I don't judge anybody, and number two, no matter where somebody's at, they're like, you're already down, why would I kick you? You know what I mean? What do I get out of that? I'd rather give you a hand and help you up and help you on down the road. You know what I mean? You're at the lowest point in your life. Why would I, keep pushing you down? And again, here's the trouble scale, my friend. You're here. Remember I told you? There's 5 lumps coming. You're still going to get some lumps. Best place off the scale. But if you're stuck on the scale, do you want to be up here or down here? How do you get it to come down? If you're telling the truth, that's how you get it to come down. Right?
I did not kill her. I did not physically do anything to kill her or anything.
Okay. Maybe you didn't intentionally. What happened? You didn't intentionally.
Completely honest.
Okay.
On the drug use. Just recently, just before 9, of course, I was trying psychedelics like acid or LSD, the same thing. And
okay.
I think that's what killed her.
Do you? Did you put some of it in the marijuana? It was in your marijuana.
There were tabs, and I had 2. And
were you using it that night?
Yes.
Did you have like a freaking momentary, didn't know what you were doing moment?
No. She also had she took a tab herself.
But let me ask you this. The problem with those drugs are, when you're on them, you don't know what you're doing. I mean, that's the reason people take them, right? Did you do something when you were, because again, I'm trying to figure this out, and that would make complete sense. When you dropped acid, did you have, I'm not saying it's okay, but...
No, I was completely covered. Completely. I just think, I don't know that the effect for her was positive, or because I know it does a lot in your brain.
Yeah, it does a lot. I'm going to tell you right now, it makes sense to me now. It all makes sense to me. You understand that, right? Because I'm sitting here trying to figure out how this nice young guy, Jay, could ever hurt anybody. But it makes sense to me now. Smoking weed mellows you out. Being drunk, maybe it makes you angry. You're an angry drunk. People get in bar fights.
You start messing with psychotropic because it makes you do things because you're not, that's not you, that's not Jay at that point. You understand that, right? If you did something under the influence, that I need to know that because that's a big difference and I can understand that. That I can appreciate. If you did something or after you took acid, that's a game changer. I can appreciate and understand that. That would help me wrap my mind around how this happened. Because I have to tell you, there's some people outside here, they're like, oh, he's a psychopath. He's got no emotion. I don't think you are. I think, honestly, we've spent quite a bit of time together. If you dropped acid and did something to her, then I need to know that because I need to convey that to them. That's not you at that point, that's the acid. You understand that, right? This stuff is very, very dangerous. I mean, people take drugs to escape reality because of the pressures we're under and everything else. And trust me, with COVID, with this, with that, everybody's under a ton of pressure. Probably more than any time in our recent history. But if you did something to her under the influence of drugs, we're not talking about smoking weed. People wouldn't believe that. Like, does it relax your inhibitions? Yeah. Does it cause people to do stupid things? Absolutely 100%. And probably everybody has a good laugh about the next day. You start messing with psychotropic drugs that change your reality, that's a whole nother, that's a game changer. You realize that, right? Holy crap, dude. Now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. If you did something to her, it wasn't you, it was the drugs. It was the acid. Because I'm telling you, in a past life, I understand what you're saying. Oh my God. It's horrible. I can see you feel a little bit better getting a little bit of the weight off your chest. We still got a little longer to go, but I see some relief in you at least. What happened once you guys took the drugs? Tell me that. What happened once you took the pills?
I was fine. I was really weird. For a moment, it was normal, the fine experience and everything. Like I said, I went to her, get something to drink, and she was living there. I noticed that when she was saying that she was feeling tired, it was shifting from, seeing like the effects of it, like the kaleidoscope effects of everything, to something. Her experience wasn't the same as mine, basically.
Oh no, because it's individual. Remember how we talked about physiology? It affects everybody differently.
And I think that it's something like shut her down. Because I know my experience is, let's say if I'm having anxiety or something, it can overload your senses, like tremendously, I don't know. But
there's something else that happened though, I think. You physically did something to her, I think, under the influence of it.
When I came back, she wasn't functional or anything.
And you gave this, where did you get the acid from?
This guy on Facebook.
So they were dots?
Yeah, they're like little, they're not stickers, they're just like, I guess it's all cut cardboard.
Mm-hmm.
And you
like
just
a
put
little,
it under your tongue or whatever.
You took 2 and she took 1?
Well, no, I had 2, we both had 1. And I know it's, I don't know how much, I don't know how they measure how much is on any of them, but.
Like a little sugar candy type thing, right?
No, it's be like a piece of paper instead of like this phone, it's cardboard.
Yeah. And you put the cardboard under your tongue.
That's why I said, I realized that she wasn't responsive. I was like, okay, this looks bad because what was given to her, I didn't know what to do and I freaked out.
So when you see she's unresponsive, what did you do?
I immediately thought they have to do with the accident.
Okay, which caused you to do what? Because I'm going to tell you right now, you did something to her physically. I can tell when we were talking about it before.
No, I did not physically hurt her or anything. At all. At all, at all, at all. It wouldn't have at all. I started checking her breath and everything, like I said. And it was just declining, basically. I waited about 15 to 20 minutes, and it was nothing. She had no responses at all, like whatsoever.
She could have still been breathing when you put her in the dumpster, you realize that, right? Did you freak out because she started having a bad trip and do something? You got freaked out and figured out to do something, otherwise she's gonna...
No.
My problem is if we find her, we find trauma like manual strangulation or something, then we're screwed. I want to get on the front end of it.
Where I told you, body wounds, everything I told you, that's what's happening. Like, nothing, no bashing her head or choking.
No, I don't think you did. I don't think you bashed her right out of the gate. I said you didn't bash her head and you didn't shoot her, you didn't stab her. I could see that. I'm telling you, I can see that. What I can also see, just my opinion, and this is my theory. My theory is you might have gotten a little scared and freaked out once she like kind of fucking passed out.
That's all I have.
All right.
Completely.
Give me 1 minute, okay? You need it?
And I'm stopping the video at 59 minutes and 30 seconds. So, during this portion of the statement that we just reviewed, you and the defendant are discussing a particular controlled substance, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And which controlled substance was that?
LSD.
And is there a more sort of common name for LSD?
Acid.
Okay. And in connection with your discussion about acid, you made some comments to the defendant, is that correct?
Yes.
These are leading questions.
I think I can, I'm not leading on I'm just trying to lay some foundation.
All right.
Go ahead. I guess would you agree you made some commentary, you shared some commentary with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And what's the purpose of doing that, some of the comments that you made?
Just to elicit some statements from him to have some kind of severance of understanding. And the comments I was making to him about like him personally and things like that, those were sincere. He's an articulate young man. I just wanted to find out a baseline. I was legitimately trying to figure out what happened.
Okay. Thanks. Something further?
Prosecutor, please.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
So originally you were asked about you giving theories to Mr. Brazier, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you agreed that some of these theories, not all these theories, weren't really supported by evidence, correct?
Without having the physical body, we really don't have the evidence to support my theories, no.
So, okay, so just to be clear, your theories were not supported by evidence, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And you were just kind of, I guess, just throwing things out there to see if it stuck, for lack of a better term?
I would say yes. I was trying to probe around and see if I could elicit something from him that would allow me to go in a little bit deeper and find a little bit further about what had happened to her.
Thank you, Lieutenant. No further questions.
Yes, sir.
Any redirect?
Just quickly, when you said that your theories at the time were supported by physical evidence, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that is it fair to say you're talking about at that time, back in January 20th?
Objection not to.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And at some point, you left Detroit, the Detroit Police Department, and have you been involved in the investigation since then?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any questions from the committee? Recross?
No.
Any questions from the jury? Is there a question? All right, Ms. Brazier. Mr. Brazier tested for drugs in the assistant? If you know.
I do not know, sir.
All questions?
No, Your Honor.
No questions. Sir, you can step down.
Yes, sir.
My name is Christopher Chinacki, CHRISTOPHER, CHOJNACKI.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, where do you currently work?
I'm currently employed by IC Solutions.
And what is IC Solutions?
It's a telecommunications organization for facilities with incarcerated individuals.
And what is your role with IC Solutions?
I am the site administrator at the Macomb County Sheriff's Office and jail, so I'm responsible for maintenance for the equipment for telephones, tablets, visitation units, and also responsible for fulfilling records requests.
And how long have you been in that role?
A little over 2 years now.
And in connection with, well, let me ask you this first. Based on your role, do you have some familiarity with the Macomb County Jail?
Yes, sir.
And do inmates at the Macomb County Jail have the ability to make phone calls to the outside?
They can make phone calls if their account is funded, or they can make collect phone calls if someone will accept those charges.
And when an inmate from the Macomb County Jail makes a phone call to the outside, are those calls recorded?
Yes, they are recorded.
And are recordings of inmate calls stored in some way?
They are stored electronically at our data center in San Antonio, Texas, and we have a backup data center in Atlanta, Georgia.
And as part of your role with IC Solutions, do you have the ability to access recordings of inmate phone calls in some way?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is your ability to access such recordings?
The recordings can be accessed based on search query. That can be a date and time frame. That can be a particular individual that's calling, or phone numbers that are being called.
Okay. And are you, when you access those recordings, are you doing it through a like a computer program or the internet? How does that work?
They have a web interface that I log into to access the records.
Okay. And so if you were asked to pull recordings from a specific inmate from a specific time frame, would you be able to do that?
Yes.
And at some point, were you asked to pull a handful of recordings for an inmate named Jaylin Brazier?
Yes, there was a request at the end of February of this year, beginning of March, that I fulfilled.
Okay. And in response to that request, did you pull some recordings associated with that inmate?
There was approximately 7 recordings of interest that I supplied to the requester.
Okay. And I'm holding what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 52. Is it your understanding that this particular disc contains 2 of those recordings?
Yes, my understanding is that there's a subset of 2 recordings out of the ones that I provided.
And would it also include a data sheet that includes data associated with the recordings?
Yes, there would be a query sheet that shows the parameters of the query, and then the record information as far as date, time, individual, phone number, where they were calling from.
And these particular recordings, are they associated with a specific inmate?
As I recall, they were associated with inmate Brazier versus Jaylin.
Okay. And in terms of the 2 recordings on this disc, is it fair to say that other than redactions for certain content that would not be admissible in court, that these recordings are in substantially the same condition they were in when you pulled them directly from the system?
They appeared to be when I saw the evidence, yes.
Okay, thank you. With that, I move to amend Proposed Exhibit 52, Your Honor. Thank you. May I publish?
Yes.
And, sir, I want to direct your attention to the screen behind you, if you're able to see that. Do you see these two files?
Yes,
at the
sir.
top?
I do.
And in terms of the names of these files, is there any sort of information that we can glean from the file names?
Yes, sir. The file names generally contain information regarding the record. The first series of numbers before the underscore would be the unique identifier of the record within our database. The second set of numbers would be the inmate number associated with the phone call. And following that, you have the date of the call, the time of the telephone call, the phone number that was called, and then lastly, the identifier of the device that was used to make the telephone call.
Okay, and if we then open up the data sheet, now does this sheet contain the information for all 7 calls that you were requested to pull?
Yes, that includes, for the most part, the information that's included in the file name of the file. And there's some additional information towards the end there that includes what type of call it was, what the billing bracket, includes the common name of the identifier for the phone call, and then the amount of time spent on the phone call.
Okay, and you mentioned there's an inmate ID. Is that, can you explain what an inmate ID is?
When individuals are booked in from Macomb County Sheriff's Office, if they haven't been there before, a new ID number is generated for them. Otherwise, they retain any number that they had previously, and that's unique to that individual.
Okay, and so would the name then correspond with a particular ID?
Yes, sir.
And in terms of the phone number dialed, is that reflected in this column labeled number?
Yes, sir.
And would that be the same number for all of the calls in question, including the 2 recordings on this disc?
It appears
ending 6114.
1 0 9 7 9 5 4 2 8. Inmate ID 3 9 2 6 8 2. Date 2022 1 25. Time 1 3 1 1 2 3. Dialed number 1 3 1 3 5 1 6 7 0 4 6. From station 6 1 1 4. Press 1 for English. The time is 1:11 p.m. If you are depressed, thinking of harming yourself, or having thoughts of suicide, immediately reach out to a deputy, mental health clinician, or medical personnel or any staff member. Press 1 to place the call. Press 2 to please enter your PIN number followed by the pound sign. After the tone, please say United States of America.
United States of America.
Press 0 to make a prepaid collect call or speed dial call. Press 1 to make a debit call. Press 2 to make a calling card call. Press for calls within the United States, Canada, and the Caribbean. Please enter the area code prefix. Pre-roll call from an inmate at Macomb County Jail. Your account balance is $20.96. To hear the charges for this call, press or say 2. To accept this call, press or say 5. To to refuse this call, this call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time. If you are visiting or talking to an inmate on the phone and they sound depressed, may be thinking of harming themselves, and you feel there may be a life safety issue, such as the potential for suicide or other serious concerns, please call 586-307-9426 and request to speak to a shift supervisor immediately. Thank you for using IC Solutions. You may begin speaking.
I'm going to pause at 3 minutes and 3 seconds and skip to 5 minutes and 30 seconds. And sir, just to be clear, what's the, if we're looking at the file name again, what's the date of this particular call?
Based on the file name information, the date of that phone call would be January 25th of 2022.
And I'm going to resume playing the video at 5 minutes and 29 seconds. Or not the video, the call, sorry.
That person or whatever.
Yeah, I know. Hey, bro, was that the bed in our basement?
I don't know.
I said, you know the bed that was in our basement?
Mm-hmm.
They were like, have you guys ever had anybody down there who checked that for key in there? I'm like, bro, that basement's just covered, that bed's covered in fucking dust. And so I was like, bro, they're really trying to make a hole in the narrative.
You switched your story.
You say what?
The police talk about the news saying that you switched your story or whatever.
I don't know. I haven't had any updates on news shit going on, but yeah.
That's what I'm saying. They was trying to keep you in there. Well, we doing everything out here. We're trying to get you out. It's probably going to have to be a while.
I know. I told the court yesterday, I told the dude that was representing me for the industry that everything that I said in that statement was literally out of like fear from my family and shit, and that Gary literally had told me what the fuck to say and to say that, and how he was like, say that like, he can't help me in swamp yards. It's basically everything that you heard him say, everything my mom heard him say. And he was like, what? That's wild.
I need you to do something for me.
Yeah.
Pause it at 7 minutes and 12 seconds and move forward to 10 minutes.
Down. I need you more.
She's crazy. I said, you literally never went to the police department. That's literally all I had to do is nothing.
I feel at the end of the day, it was going to make you worse anyway.
Yeah, I know. So, I love you.
Stop it at 10 minutes and 29 seconds. And moving to the next file, what would be the date associated with this file?
Based on the file name information, the date of that telephone call appears to be February 9th of 2022.
And I'm going to publish that file, which for the record ends in the numbers 4113. And I'm going to skip ahead to the 4-minute mark.
It's just being public on, and anything that anybody comes up with, it's just being ran with. Literally. That's literally my first court date. They told me I couldn't speak. The second one I had, he said I couldn't speak. He's going to speak for me. So that's why the circuit court be a whole different judge. But I need to be able to speak for my fucking self. Because they're badly at the beginning. No one can say everything. I was talking to detectives. I said, they think that I turned myself in and they locked me up. They don't know anything. Literally. So that's why they're still running off any little shit that they can come up with. And it's pissing me off so fucking bad. But Again, the problem is, like I'm hoping that this next court they let me fucking talk for myself. Because they're trying to make this dumbass narrative speaking on my fucking name and fucking shit up even worse, you feel me?
Yeah.
It's really fucking irritating. Like shit. And then, like I said, when I talked to the detective, I told them what I told them, and they swear to God, it was something, it was more to it. Like when I told you, they were really pressing me for extra shit. I'm like, I can't tell y'all more because I told y'all all there is to tell you, you feel me?
Exactly.
And then after they start trying to make that fucking finicky ass murder charge, they have to drop it. I'm like, bro, nothing I said was anything like that. And then I cooperate with you motherfuckers and everything. So I don't know what the issue is. So the issue is clearly they're just trying to publicize the goddamn thing, the goddamn case type shit.
When they try to say that the lady said that you're trying to cover up for somebody and you're making it that people so.
Someone said somebody's threatening me to not speak. I was like, do y'all hear how fucking stupid y'all sound?
And so while we lie, I'm like, y'all don't know shit. The reason why you don't want to say anything is because the lawyer told you not to say shit. Second of all, she gonna say some, why would you go up there and tell me what's on, what's called social media?
Yeah, that's it. Oh my God.
All this kind of stuff in when you have to go on television and that you are a person of interest.
Bro, like, I had no idea what was going on beforehand and all the shit that was happening. It's like people just shut the fuck up. Like, damn. This shit bad. Like, I'm telling you, it's really pissing me off, bro.
I know.
Then I think, bitch, I'm ready to put hands on fucking everybody, bro. Literally.
Stop.
It's like, it is really blowing me, dog. Like,
I'm going to stop at 6 minutes and 47 seconds. No further questions?
Just a couple brief questions. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Now, you indicated that I believe this inmate calling solutions spreadsheet that you looked at, you indicated that for the most part it has all the information that's contained in the file name?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What information would it be missing?
Information specific to the billing information mostly, the length of the call, how long they were billed for, what the billing class was, whether it was a local or not local call, the type of call payment, whether it was collect or prepaid or what have you.
Okay, understand. And does every inmate who uses this phone system, they have to enter their PIN number?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Is that a system-generated PIN number that's provided to the inmate, or is that a PIN number that the inmate chooses for themselves?
It's a little bit of both. The PIN is a combination of their inmate number, which is supplied by the jail once they're booked. And then it also includes a 4-digit code that the inmate themselves select.
Okay. And are you able to verify, what methods are you able to verify whether or not what PIN number or that particular PIN number is entered prior to making this phone call?
So it's entered into the database, and that's one of the two factors that it uses to go ahead and verify the individual's identity in order to place the phone call.
Okay. And is that information reflected on the inmate calling solution spreadsheet, whether or not the PIN number was entered or what that PIN number may be?
Yes, sir, that PIN is entered in there. Although, to be honest, I'd have to look at the spreadsheet again. Generally, when I provide the records, I include that PIN in and of itself.
Okay.
That's, again, an internal check to verify that the proper person is using the telephone.
Okay. I think there could be some situations where inmate may share their PIN number with another inmate in order for them to use the phone?
That is a possibility, yes, sir.
In your experience, does that happen?
It happens voluntarily and involuntarily, yes.
Okay. And is that a frequent occurrence?
I couldn't tell you how frequent that is, but I do know that it happens, yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
You direct? Any questions from the jury? Sir, you can step in. Thank you. The Hawkins, hope you're well. Please keep your voice up. If you would, please state your name and spell it.
Liza Moyer, Lizamoyer.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry. Ma'am, where do you currently work?
I work for the Michigan Department of Corrections.
And what is the Michigan Department of Corrections?
It's where after conviction, you are sentenced to do your prison sentence within the department.
As long as you just keep your voice up.
And what is your role with the Michigan Department of Corrections?
I'm an intelligence analyst.
And what are the scope of your duties as an intelligence analyst?
I investigate internal and some external crime. I also work with law enforcement and provide them things that if a request comes from them.
Do you have familiarity with whether inmates of the Michigan Department of Corrections have the ability to make phone calls outside of prison?
They do.
And are phone calls that inmates make from the Michigan Department of Corrections recorded?
Yes.
And are those recordings stored in some way?
Yes.
And as your role as an intelligence analyst, do you have the ability to access recordings of inmate phone calls at the Michigan Department of Corrections?
Yes.
And can you describe, just in general terms, how that system works, how you're able to access recordings specific to a particular inmate?
So the Department of Corrections contracts a third party for the phone service. That company is called Viapath. It was previously known as GTL. Calls going back to 2011 are stored in a server by that company. And we have the ability to go and search calls made by any incarcerated individual by their prison number, their assigned number, the number that they dialed, their location, a specific phone, and we can retrieve those calls, download those, and send those in various ways, whether that be by email, sometimes a secure link, or on disk.
Okay, and were you asked to locate two specific calls for an inmate named Jaylin Brazier?
Yes.
And were you able to go into the system and access those calls?
Yes.
And when you accessed those calls, what did you do with them?
I downloaded them first, and then I sent them to the requester.
And I am holding what has been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 83. Is it your understanding that this disc contains those two calls that you accessed attributable to Jaylin Brazier?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that those calls are in substantially the same condition they were in when you accessed them and downloaded them directly from the system?
Yes.
And does this disc, is your saying that it also contains a data sheet that includes certain details about the nature of these two calls?
Yes. We always include those when we send those type of telephone calls.
And this particular data sheet has data for more than just the two calls in question, is that correct?
Yes.
But it includes the data for these two specific calls?
Yes.
And what sort of data is available on that sheet?
It will show the person that made the telephone calls first, last name, their location. The location is 3 letters generally on that type of sheet, which is just the facility's code. It'll show the date and the time as well.
Okay.
And the telephone number that the individual called.
And with that, I move to admit Proposed Exhibit 83.
The only things I would have is I'm not sure if she's the proper witness who can authenticate these particular calls. She did state that these particular calls are maintained by a third party, and I don't believe she stated that she did any additional steps to verify the authenticity of these calls, but rather just download and send the calls off. I think more of a proper witness would be an individual from Biopath or formerly known as GTL in position to provide the authenticity.
And again, Your Honor, I've already had a witness identify the defendant's voice on the recordings on the specific disc, and I believe that a proper foundation is otherwise been laid.
Certainly she's testified that she has access There's a process utilized through the third party to allow access. There's been a proper foundation. Very good.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm also holding what I have marked as proposed Exhibit 82. It is a MDOC record containing some housing information for Jaylin Brazier, and it's a certified copy of that record that I'm moving to admit under Michigan Rule of Evidence 902, subsection 11, as a certified copy of a record of regularly conducted business.
Any objection? It's a move. This is 82?
82, Your Honor. Okay, and I want to ask you first about Exhibit 82. Could I publish that, Your Honor?
Yes.
And may I also have leave to publish 83? Thank you. If we look at Exhibit 82, what sort of information is up here in the top left-hand corner?
The heading is the specific information for the incarcerated individual. In this case, is his first, middle, and last name. His prison MDOC number is there on the left, and that number is unique to him. Whether he's discharged and comes back, he's reassigned that same number, and his date of birth.
And if we go down to the bottom toward the section entitled Movements, what's the basic sort of information that we can glean from that section of Exhibit 82?
Each line indicates where the prisoner was housed. This is essentially his movement record.
Okay.
The very first line, line number 2, indicates that he arrived to Newberry on June 16th, and then the line number 1, he left Newberry and went to Macomb Correctional Facility on October 18th, 2022. From Macomb to Cooper Street, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Right here.
So October 18th, the record of 2022, the record would indicate that he was arriving at Macomb Correctional Facility or leaving Macomb Correctional
He was leaving Macomb on October 18th to Cooper Street. He arrived to Macomb on June 16th, line number 2.
Okay, and so during the period of time from June 16th, 2022 to October 18th, 2022, based on the record, where would Jaylin Brazier have been located?
He was being housed at Macomb Correctional Facility.
Okay. And if we go to Exhibit 83, do you see the 2 files listed here, the audio files?
Yes.
And what, if anything, can we understand from the names of the files? Is there anything significant to the file names in terms of the data reflected there?
No.
Okay. If we go into the data sheet, in looking, you see this first file ending. What does that end in? What are the 3 digits?
532.
Okay.
WAD.
Yeah, the numbers.
532.
532. Okay. And so if we go into okay, do you see row 80 in
Yes.
the data sheet here? What is the sort of basic information that row 80 contains?
It has the site ID, which is essentially what corresponds to each facility. So then it has the telephone number that the individual dialed,
Okay.
the date.
And what would be the date in row 80?
That would be October 1st of 2022.
Okay.
That's the time that the call was made. That's the 3-digit code for Macomb Correctional Facility. And where it says HU1A1, that's the specific telephone. That's a location within the facility.
Okay.
The PIN number is the prisoner's MDOC identification number, just with a 0 in front of it. His first, his last name, and the duration is how long row 80's call lasted.
Okay, and then you see this column toward the far right indicating file name?
Yes.
Is there any significance to this file name in row 80 relative to this file name reflected in the top file on Exhibit 83?
They're the same.
Okay. I'm going to publish that file, again, ending 532. Sorry, I forget this makes my computer crash. I just need to use a different player.
Please enter your PIN number. At the beep, repeat the phrase. With Global Telly, my voice is my password. Please enter the area code and phone number. Please hold. Please wait while your call is being connected. Please hold. Hello, this is a prepaid call from
Brazier.
a prisoner at the Michigan Department of Corrections, Macomb facility. If you feel you're being victimized or extorted by this prisoner, please contact GTL Customer Service at 855-466-2832. To accept this call, press 0. To refuse this call, hang up or press your current balance is $8.74. This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using GTL.
Judge, would it be possible to turn up the volume?
Just on something else.
What?
So you know when David used to run away and he used to go spin with that lady, like just hide with that lady house, in that lady house?
Mm-hmm.
She called your mom saying that a detective called her that's new on the case, that's going around calling people, asking them about what they know about the case. So if anybody comes to you, deny everything.
I'm knowing this, but
like, yeah, it's just trying to figure out how to say this.
Hey, hold on. I'm gonna call you back, okay? Make sure your phone charged, right?
Okay.
All right.
Okay, and again, the date for this particular call would have been which date? In row
80.
80?
That's October 1st, 2022.
Okay, and I just want to show you briefly something that has been admitted as Exhibit 21. See this date in the green box at the top of Exhibit 21?
Yes.
On page 5. Do you see a date reflected there?
Yes.
What's that date?
October 1st, 2022.
Okay. And I'm going to show you something on page
22 of Exhibit 71. Do you see this blue box?
Yes.
Do you see a date on that in that box?
Yes.
And what's the date there?
October 2nd, 2022.
Okay. And going back to Exhibit 83, in terms of the second audio file, what are the last three numerical digits of that file?
947.
And if we go back to the call data sheet, looking at row 79, what sort of information can we glean about the call reflected in row 79?
The call was made on October 1st, 2022 at 19:35.
So would that be before or after the last call that we just heard?
That's after.
Okay, would that be roughly just short of 2 hours?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And the location again of that call?
That was at MRF Macomb.
And the inmate that call is attributed to?
Jaylin Brazier.
Okay. And then for the call in row 79, you see the file name reflected in the file name column?
Yes.
And in terms of that file name, is there any significance with respect to the second file that is located here on Exhibit 83?
Yes, they are the same.
Okay. And I'm going to publish that file. And again, this, just for the record, this file is on Exhibit 83 and ends with the numerical digits 947.
For a collect call, press 0. For a debit, please enter your PIN number. At the beep, repeat the phrase. With Global Cell Link, my voice is my password.
With Global Cell Link, my voice is my password.
Please enter the area. Please hold. Please wait while your call is being connected. Please hold. Hello, this is a prepaid call from
Brazier.
a prisoner at the Michigan Department of Corrections Makeup Facility. If you feel you're being victimized or extorted by this prisoner, please contact GTL Customer Service at 855-466-2832. To accept this call, press 0. Your current balance is $8.64. This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using GTL.
Hello? Hey, yeah, still waiting, but, so, I'm sick. Are you okay, first off?
Yes, I'm fine.
Okay, is it anything major?
No.
Wait, hello?
Hello?
Yeah, is it anything like the one major thing it could be? Is it major?
No.
Okay.
But
So,
it's just a heads up and just be aware.
I know, yeah, I'm talking. So when David ran away, you saw the old lady that was across the street?
The lady that he went to go hide. Like, yeah.
Okay.
So she had picked your mom up and everything. You start to tell Jaylin, keep a heads up because it's another, yeah. Basically, what I'm trying to say.
Jackie, you're so terrible. Oh my God, you're so terrible.
I know, because I know.
I know, baby, I know.
But
I've been here thinking so critically. I literally, I was sitting in the day room, literally, because I don't know why, I think better when I'm around a lot of noise in here. So I'm sitting in the there just tackling, and I got a fucking migraine. So I've been like deciphering certain shit. Oh man, while waiting for this other thing. But yeah, my assumption there, the most logical and possible one, right? Is that there's nothing major or new, and due to that, there's a last effort to put together any types of anything, and that's basically the most logical thing that I came up statistically. So
I do want you to know, keep your head up. Don't say nothing. You should be lying.
Of course. Baby, stop talking.
I know, I'm just saying.
I know. I just don't want you speaking on certain things. Okay.
No, I'm saying,
I know already I'm talking about it, baby. I understand, but watch TV, crosswords, fucking listen to the music and walk around the track on the yard, literally. I ain't got nothing to talk about too much, these motherfuckers, you feel me?
Okay.
We definitely got to work on your words, though. Oh my God.
My mind has been going, like, I don't know.
Oh, don't even worry, dude. Don't even worry. Just continue on like you were. When I get to, I'll break down my thoughts to you a lot more detail. But just continue relaxing. You know, overthink anything, overstress anything. My brain works a lot on statistics and probabilities, so I don't feel the need or foresee the need to really go anywhere with it. So just relax. Today is the 1st, tomorrow's the 2nd. That's what if it's to stop the COVID thing in here. Stop searching for COVID essentially. So and usually you usually get an update before that. So, but that's just nothing. So don't worry about nothing. Just continue on with nothing and what you're doing, okay?
I'm not worried. I'm just giving you a.
Yeah, I know, baby, and I appreciate it. There's no need to, though, trust me. My mental state is so far ahead of shit.
I have faith on what's going on right now, so I have nothing really putting me in fear or making me lose faith.
That's good. That's how I'm supposed to be.
I just need you to keep a clear head. Stay, do what you've been doing. Don't talk to nobody.
I know, baby. I know, baby.
Nobody.
Baby, you're adorable. I love you so much. I love you so much. Nothing has changed in my mindset or behavior just since this shit first started, okay? So trust and believe I'm constantly hyper-aware of everything I'm hearing, new people suddenly, any and everything. The slightest thing takes me up. Don't even worry.
Yes, good. Thanks for everybody words. I don't got time for nobody. I swear to God.
Just like with my mom and David and all, I can't fix it. I said Travis. I can't fix the words, word choices, all that. No, don't even. Just leave that part to you, okay? Just leave that to me.
Oh, and I only got one step left, so I'm going to send you.
I know you told me. Hey, don't send me shit. Yeah, send me a fucking letter. That's how you told me, JK. Send me a motherfucking letter. How about that? Damn.
You don't want no letter.
Did you get the last JK I picture?
Yeah.
That short one?
Yes.
And you understood it?
Yes.
Okay. I regard the phone. I said her like, how do I? Okay. That's how much it is.
I
know this. But I love you. I don't want to use this call, okay?
Okay.
I literally been sitting in the day of the last probably an hour, literally on some fucking Jimmy Neutron, 7 different pathway possibility type shit. So each one logically leads to the same one. Well, most of them link to the same one, so yeah, don't even let it get you anxious, okay?
I'm good. I'm not anxious at all. I have full faith in everything that's going on right now.
Oh man, okay, all right, okay. We'll talk, okay?
Okay.
I love you.
My phone's on the charger right now.
Okay, I love you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Good afternoon. Just a couple questions. So you stated that a third party stores these phone calls?
Yes.
Okay, and you stated that's Biopath?
Viapath.
Oh, Biopath.
Viapath, and it's one word.
Okay. And that was previously
GTL, yes.
Okay. So when did you personally request these audio calls?
I did not. I have the ability to download them from the server that we use.
Oh, so you personally didn't request these audio calls, correct?
No.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to review these audio calls?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you review these audio calls?
At the time of the request, I don't recall the exact date. Within that week, I usually get the request and I usually work on something like this within 5 to 7 days.
Okay. Do you know who personally downloaded these calls?
I did.
Oh, you did? Oh, I thought you, okay, I'm sorry. So you made the request and you downloaded the calls, correct?
Well, the way that the system works is it's in a server. I can go in and search them myself. I don't have to request them from a third party.
Okay. And do you know, if you know, where the calls are actually stored as far as the server?
I believe that they're stored with Viapath in a server that they maintain.
Okay. But you're not sure, correct?
I'm not 100%
Okay.
sure.
And you wouldn't know where that server was located?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know their data retention policies at Biopath?
I do know some of them, yes.
Some of them?
Yes.
Okay. But not all of them?
No.
Okay. Do you know how long certain calls are maintained prior to?
From 2000, the Michigan Department of Corrections can go back to 2011. But I don't know about the other agencies or states that they serve because I believe they have contracts nationwide.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
You read that?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? Seeing none, maybe
Thanks for watching, everyone. If you enjoyed this video, please do not forget to like and subscribe on your way out, and feel free to leave a comment. Have a blessed day.